was so cheap. It's this Mike's Harder mango that they had on sale. It's a extra thick boy is what I call it. It's like a tall boy but thicker, and it's a liter of Mike's Harder mango.
Bro, you fucking love Mike's Hard.
No, I don't. But it was $1.69 for a liter of 8% alcohol. So I was.
You were drinking
I love
it last
deals.
time.
I love yeah, because I had a bunch of them because they were $1.69. And I was like,
Are you a girl in high school?
Bargains. No, I'm an alcoholic on a budget. It's a difference.
Hell yeah, get PBR. PBR.
PBR is weak. This is 8%. That's why I needed it.
Canadian. You're supposed to say Molson.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just realistic.
Looks like the camera's also been drinking.
No, my camera. She exploded. That's what I get for recommending PBR.
Yeah. Well, I
God.
like PBR a lot, but I can't drink cheap beer anymore because I bleed if I do. Everywhere. It's
From
awful.
where? Okay.
Bad places. You can't drink cheap beer. Can't do it.
Oh my god.
Jesus
You
Christ.
can't do it. You can't do it. You
I'm
just
like
can't
so
do it.
scared for you now.
No, good beer. It'll
Good
keep you
beer's
safe.
fine.
This is a cautionary tale for you. Don't drink
Bad
a lot
beer.
of cheap
Bleed
beer.
from the ass.
Bad bleed.
I don't know what to
All
tell
I can
you.
imagine
much
is
cheap
butthole
beer.
bleed. That's it.
It's a cautionary tale, I warn thee. Do not indulge in the cheap beer
What is-
too much.
What is the line between cheap and expensive beer, really?
Good question. Good question. It's a
50
person-to-person basis.
Is it
Yeah.
$1.69 for a liter? Is that cheap? or is that too
$1.69
much?
is fine, apparently. Apparently, this
Maybe
is
it's
the
like a
best beer
more
in the
hops
world.
thing.
Who knows? Well, we're not doctors, and we don't need to worry about such things. So, instead, let's play some Dungeons and some Dragons.
Yeah.
Good. Well, starting us off with the events of last time. Our story began in Citrax's quarters. We met our cast, each chosen by either Great Replenisher Vofu or Redort of the Blood Ragers, for various reasons that each of them kind of went into. It is here they were tasked with tracking down a beast known as a Ziragax, an elemental being made up of living Arcanite. It is believed that further study of this elusive creature's corpse could prove useful in curing the maddening. After meeting our group and gathering our task, preparations began as the group met and deliberated with various representatives of factions, each of whom with them brought their own personalities, we'll call it, as well as seemingly some sort of agenda from the ones we talked with. The group eventually decided to bring along Shadow Walker Varen, and with that, the promise of letting her study the body in the field was made. From here is where we resume, as the selections have been made, and however, the hour is late as we jump back over. This map got put in the wrong place, I think. Nope, it didn't. It's good. There it is. As we jump back over here, except it's much darker because it's nighttime. It's 10 o'clock, in fact. As we pick back up, just to kind of re-describe the scene here, you were all standing roughly kind of traveling to your next destination, going to the Krispy Kreme, of course, the only place to go at 10 p.m. On the Kicks Day, which I thought it was Zish Day at some point, but maybe that was a different campaign. It's hard to keep up with the days. But
Great, you don't have to. There's a calendar module for that.
no, I'm looking at it. I remember saying a joke about Tizish Day last time, and I thought it was, but that's supposed to be a Tuesday, and this is supposed to be a Friday. So I don't see where the gap is. I don't remember there being 5 days. Anyways, different campaign when I made a joke about Tizish Day, and it was very funny. You have to believe me. But you find yourselves outside of the Mighty Oak Tavern with your new representative, with some preparations made, but the hour is late, and it is up to you if you want to seek rest for the rest of the night, try to head out immediately, do with what you will. That being said, if you're going to seek rest, it should be worth mentioning each of you, as members of the Guild of Heroes, have accommodations within the Guild of Heroes individually for free rest while you're within the city. So something to keep in mind. But other than that, the world is your oyster.
I'd posit that it's probably best to get a good night's rest before setting out for a, long journey, especially if it's free.
That must be nice.
Yeah, that's right. You wouldn't have accommodations, would you?
Nothing in the city is free for me.
Is there anything I can do about that as a
Pay
citizen?
for accommodations.
You could kill Redort.
Jesus.
How about we start small? Work up to something bigger. But I will, realize that, and neither of you do. You as well. I'm sorry, I need to remember your character name, but Justin.
Oh, check the player screen if you ever need anything.
Thank you. I'm getting used to this. I apologize.
No worries. It's very handy. I've actually made it where you can see everyone's names on there too now.
Well, you see, when I need a place to sleep, I do something amazing. I lay down my head after making sure I am completely hidden, and then I go to sleep.
Would you prefer, like, a bed?
I don't know.
That's sad, he says. And I was like, how much for a room at a local inn?
Yeah, you could find inns of varying quality for just a middling, like in just a run-of-the-mill room. That would run you. Oh. Wow. I have a really cool document that I have
How do I
here
convert that
is,
noise to gold?
that is supposed to have like all of my things, and usually, I promise, usually it's there. It's in that thing, but I think I didn't put it in the right place.
Just that
Question
noise.
is that, you
So
idiot.
we're gonna
Everyone knows
say-
that the room costs 1 wah.
Paying
We'll
Wario.
say-
Younger is Wario.
For tonight, we'll say 2 silver pieces till I
Good, yeah.
find my actual part of that price guide that I lost. Apparently,
I'll posit 2 between each of you and just be like, not charity, I just want you well rested before we do something dangerous and important.
It's not the bed.
That's fair.
What?
It's seeing him in my nightmares.
Yeah, I can't. Listen, I got a lot of my own stuff to work through right now. He kind of uncomfortably shuffles off to go to bed in wherever in the Hall of Heroes after he hands money out between you two and heads his own way.
got it. As you're doing this, you see your good pal Varen walk forward, and she says in a whisper, before you didn't even realize she was behind you for a moment
Good.
there, and she says, "Where are you going?"
Hopefully to your place. I'm just kidding. It was too forward. Unless.
Me specifically?
Unless.
Yes, I saw you wandering off. I was still watching from the tavern. Just
I-
curious where you were going.
To bed.
Okay.
Unless were you. As I guess that's a fair point. We are working with your guild. Were you
Yeah.
planning to leave now?
No, just wanted to know where you were going.
That's
Don't like
Yeah.
that.
it's a little creepy.
I just like to know where people are.
This is that whispering thing they were telling me about, isn't it?
Correct.
Uh,
I like to keep a low profile.
gonna be like that the whole time we work together. I take it.
I hope so.
You signed up for this.
You know, that's my vote was for the crazy old man. Judging you is kind of hypocritical. So I turn to the rest of the party.
Technically, you were the first one that switched over from the crazy old man to vote for her, so.
Solidarity is important.
I'm just saying that maybe your hands are not as clean as you would like them to be.
I mean, we all agree. We love her. She's coming with us. We all came to
Besides,
that
if we
conclusion.
could,
It's a little strong.
Just curious, just curious.
We'd
Hey,
actually like to know where we are, so you know, in case one of us needs help or she
I
needs to
just wanna
protect us.
know where each of you would be going if you're splitting up here.
See?
That is not necessary.
Apparently to an inn.
You could keep the money if you don't want to. I just,
Great. She's gonna buy you something.
He'll like rub the bridge of his nose.
Oh, did you know which inn you were going to go to?
What inn?
Yeah, did you know which one?
No, not going to an inn.
Oh, you're not going to an inn. Where are you going?
I was until 5 seconds ago.
Where are you going instead then?
The most secluded alleyway I can find to leave Redort's gaze. Where no
Got a
one
few
will be
ideas for
around.
that.
No one could see
Did
what
you-
anything could happen.
I've
did you
got the
have a
perfect place in
specific
mind.
area in mind? Okay, cool. Do you know? Could you show me where on this map? Could you point?
I mean, if you know a good secluded alley, then not that one because you know it.
I
Sort
just
of
like to
defeats
keep
the whole
tabs.
purpose.
I like to keep up.
I've
It's part
already
of it.
scouted out the best
Hell,
I mean, you
alleyways.
can come with me. We could
That sounds good.
find an alleyway together.
Did you want a little?
Open invitation.
A little?
Are you guys talking about doing illicit drugs?
I mean, I am.
I could get behind that.
We could get behind. That's too strong.
Great. The night is young. We just accepted a big job. Let's go do some drugs.
Cool.
He's just watching the plan for like a restful night of sleep disintegrate in front of him.
I'm mimicking the look, but I'm rubbing the bridge of like between my eyeballs with my trunk.
The trunk is pinching. It's like an Ouroboros for an elephant.
Just don't incapacitate yourself.
Right, so when are we leaving in the morning? Where do I meet you?
Oh, we should meet at the. I guess this is your first expedition.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yes.
Oh, good. I'm real familiar with this kind of thing. You see, we need to go down to the dockyard, in the morning or whenever we're ready to leave. Then we can talk with the dock master. There we can arrange transit off of the Giant. He will also, depending on the fee that we pay, arrange a way for us to be extracted. But, both the method of transit and method of extraction are variables based on price package.
So are you saying that there is a price package of just being dropped off in a parachute and having a
More or
price
less.
package with having a nice airship drop down and let us step off?
Which can help you bring down gear and camp expeditionary gear, etc., which is essential, of course, for survival.
So, you're going to be
Luckily-
our.
Luckily, the guild, from my understanding, has provided a basic 2,000 gold package or so for this particular extract and transit stage.
Perfect. I assume your side of the guild is going to take care of your stuff, or are we hauling down your specifics as well?
Well, part of siding with the Shadow Walkers was that, of course, portion of those expedition resources that have been allocated to you will now go to our purposes and further our goals, which is good.
Understood.
Within the expedition, of course.
Of course. Is there anything else, since you've done this before, that we might need to be wary of before getting up and meeting in the morning?
Hangovers?
Just be, again, really important that you all give me a detailed list of your morning rituals, the things you like to do starting the day, anything you might like to drink or eat to get everything going. It'd be very helpful.
Oh, that sounds nice.
But
Wanna
if
be
we are
friends
going
with
to
us?
another sorry. But if we are going to another location, won't all of this information be redundant?
I hope you'll carry on at least some of these preparations in your outdoorsy life. But perhaps a separate list of the two could be useful for data collection.
Are you offering to buy us breakfast?
Sure.
It's probably on the table.
We'll take a dozen Krispy Kreme donuts and 4 very big coffees.
I'll see what the expedition camp has, and it'll maybe be like a donut or something, yeah.
Could we
And
get
some
like
coffee.
sponsored by Krispy
We could do
Kreme?
that.
If we make like one of their buildings down there?
We could get if you get enough resources, maybe you could build like a mobile Krispy Kreme to go with
That would
you
be
on
pretty cool.
expeditions. That'd
You
be
know-
a pretty worthwhile resource investment. To
Think
have
there's-
access to donuts at all times.
I think businesses would be interested in like advertising expeditions, like sponsorships.
Sponsored expeditions. Yeah, we're getting there. We're not too far off.
Right, well, I will see you all in the morning. I'll meet you at the docks.
Sounds good. I'm gonna be with these guys doing drugs and whatever.
Sure. Feather and I are going to wander.
Okay, well, if you could just draw on this map like your patrol pattern that you planned on like wandering around, perhaps that could be useful.
Just give her an idea of where you're going.
Somewhere in here.
Gotcha.
Look.
Cool.
A team already.
Are you gonna
Alright,
tell us your morning? Are you gonna tell us your morning routine too?
Well, that's all confidential Shadow Walker information.
Oh, okay. Sounds legit.
Trust me, there's a reason you want to work with me. I'm the understander of these protocols of shadowy natures.
Oh yeah, you want to know everything about us. I can only assume this is like a friendship thing.
Correct.
Cool.
I'm going to bed now.
Where were you going to bed again?
In a room.
Okay.
I think that now might be a wonderful time to take advantage of a city's most impressive advancement and visit the library to find out more information about this creature.
That is
Yes.
not where I thought that was going.
You have knowledge at your fingertips. Why would you not use it?
You know, maybe it's the company I'm keeping lately, but my mind went somewhere beneath me. I'm gonna go to bed.
I think our minds were in the same place.
Well, if you wanted to spend some hours of your night researching, you could probably do a little bit of that. There's a lot of methods that you could go about here. Just to kind of make it simple for you, pretty much every faction has their own archives and set of knowledge and informations that you can gain access to. And in addition, the Azoran Guild of Heroes, like main guild hall itself, has its own archive, which has more general information. Depending on your standing with a particular your relations essentially with a particular faction, will let you gain more and more specialized and more secretive information that those factions have to peruse from. So it's important to consider which faction you're actually going to be studying, or what knowledge source you're going to be, what archive you're going to be pouring through, essentially.
Yeah, what I wanted to do, because also I was like, oh, I'm gonna like sleep at home wherever where the Balancers of the Green are. Like, I wanted to go directly to the Great Replenisher to ask him to give me Bolzo's like research.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to the top.
That'd actually be a pretty smart methodology, and with that,
Asper, we're gonna learn everything.
Yeah, we'll kind of jump right into that because as you talk with, well, we'll jump into that in a sec. We'll jump into it sort of like halfway into it in a way where I'll say some things about it.
Okay.
For reasons, because I don't want to impede any other part of the investigations too deeply. Or I'm just gonna say the things. Getting there to Vofu and like letting him know, he tells you he will gather all of the text of Bolzo, specifically on trying to narrow that down to like specific research topics about the Ziragax as well, and get those kind of cultivated for you to kind of pour through, which is a pretty solid deal. But there's still like the research phase of this, so as Vofu kind of looks at you and is like, here's what we have. This guy, many of the new Balancers have been busy ever since I told them of this important task, and they have gathered this. And he puts forth a collection of tomes, scrolls, notes, what are those things called? Well, you know. Other parchments, other text containers, and even one small stone tablet that seems to be a card from an expedition and a necessity. Here, there is quite a dense amount of information to go through. There are a few ways one could tackle that. The most keen, the most like accurate, I think it's probably an investigation check here to kind of pour through all of these details and try to find something relevant to your questions, which, if you're going to make an investigation check, tell me what you're looking for, essentially. Tell me what kind of information you're trying to look for, regardless.
Oh god, now I wish I had talked more to Bolzo. Shit. Like, what do we already know? Just so I don't ask, like, common questions. Do we know what it looks like? Do we know, like, if it's, like, extremely hostile? Like, do we know those things, just, like, baseline?
Good question, gang. What do you know?
Okay. We know Bolzo knows a lot.
I'll give you some basic details, but I am curious if you guys know anything specific you wanted to add before I give a basic rundown of stuff that you would definitely know.
Only the living Arcanite stuff, as I remember. And it's a crystalline creature. I wrote that down. You're welcome. But that's it.
Oh, Justin, it looks like you're talking, but
My
your
freaking camera.
mic is...
Do you maybe want to look for somebody else that might be researching this to ask those questions to?
Oh, Bolzo.
No, just Bolzo.
That's my guy.
Bolzo. Thanks for the reminder, Justin. Just Bolzo.
My guy.
Why would anyone else be into this at all? They'd be weird, like Bolzo.
Uh-huh. Why do you think he actually went crazy? Okay, it's the knowledge. Okay.
Well, I'll tell you some basic facts about the Xerogax, as you can discover on these tomes. One, there is a picture of one,
Oh.
apparently. Where did I put it?
I did not recognize that you said the word picture. I was like, oh, a big shot? Cool. Is that like an aspect of itself? Show me the boy. Show me the thick boy.
I've lost it. It should have been in here. I almost feel like maybe at some point there was some lost data here, because this is the second thing that I've been like looking for that like I swore was in here and isn't. But hang on, I can get it.
Are you actually Bolzo? Is this
I
roleplay?
might be Bozo. Here is the depiction of the creature.
Yes.
Looks something like that.
I hope it's like a dinosaur.
Whoa.
Yeah, we're killing that.
Oh, wait.
Not taking that alive.
Wait, where'd you put it?
In the
Chat.
chat,
Jesus Christ.
the in-game chat,
In game chat.
Oh,
like the dice roll log.
cool.
Oh,
It's so
no.
sick. Oh, it's sick as fuck. That is a crystalline creature. That is, yep, that's what I imagine.
Feather's going to eat the fuck out of that.
So I'll suck
mean-
the funky bits.
I want the baby to thrive, so I might jump on that train.
So, some basic facts that you know about it. It is made of a substance called living arcanite, which is a little bit like arcanite, but in a way that is different, that it can mold and move almost freely when this creature is alive. It can turn its limbs into various appendages how it needs to be. It can also levitate,
Ooh.
etc. But anything else other than that would require deeper digging and question asking about this creature.
Okay. I would want to know like if there's, I mean, he said it was like a specialty. So I'm like, is there like a history of like if people have fought this before and what that looked like?
Yeah.
That makes sense?
I'd
Okay.
allow a history check or an investigation check here.
I think I'm fucked either way. Yeah, I am. Hell yeah. Okay. Dice gods, be cool. Oh fuck you! Was almost an 18.
Nay.
I can't read. Too many plants, no reading. Okay.
What this?
Can I ask more questions, or is that that?
We'll say your first block of research, like digging into it, this takes about an hour or two. It's getting late into the night. It's about midnight. Was anyone else doing anything that time, by the way? Or just finding rest in their places of rest? Oh, yeah. What's up?
Finding.
I was also. Oh, sorry.
Oh, he was just
Oh,
saying finding rest.
I'm just going to sleep.
Same.
I was just saying that I was also doing like my own research.
Research
Absolutely.
buddy. Research buddies.
We had that chance.
History check.
In that case, because yeah, we've kind of divided at this point. Where would Casper have gone to do research? Kind of in.
To the Green Balance Library if they have
Yeah.
one.
We should
And
be
then
hanging out.
I think that I would probably like to research ways that the ore is processed, or like things that it reacts to, like is it processed through heat, or is it like suggestive to tonals, like, or is it just something that you chisel? I'd really like to understand more
arcanite?
about the basic properties. Yeah.
Yes. Go ahead and make an investigation check, pouring through their knowledge checks here, and it's probably take a even amount of time, like an hour or two of like digging through and research and such. See what you can dig up.
So just okay. Skull PC.
Succeed where I failed. I fell on my sword, so you could succeed.
Investigations, I have a -1 because I have low intelligence.
Oh my god, I had
Yeah.
plus one. It was so sad.
I'm just very wise.
Oh, so easy. So
You
easy for you.
angel.
All these
Yes.
books, they just you understand them. As you start to pour
Fuck
through
yeah.
the text and try to like look for any kind of information on how Arcanite can be essentially crafted with, if I understand the question
Mhm.
correctly, what ways it can be used, and how it's used. This question has been largely explored by the Blood Ragers and the Artificer Academy, or the Artifice Academy. The University of the Gemstone Wizards has also done its studies, but most of the breakthroughs have been made through on that side. So, to get more specific information than what I'm about to give you, those would be interesting places to follow up on in the future if you were interested. But what the Balancers of the Green know about working with Arcanite is that they've seen two things. They've seen the Blood Ragers' innate magical abilities that they've infused themselves with using Arcanite come out in expeditions and fights and stuff like that, and like kind of the sorceress abilities from that. They've noted that usage of it, and the Artificers have managed to utilize it in a number of impressive weaponry by essentially treating it like a glass and using it as glass blowing techniques and glass blowing it into various forms of projectiles, melee weapons, and other things of that nature to varying degrees. There's a number of things that can be done with that. And then the most prominent usage that comes out of the University of the Gemstone Wizards, which is why it's a little less sophisticated, is that they simply absorb it to gain more magical energy mechanically, just to kind of translate that, because I should say, in universe, no one knows what a spell slot is. That's not a thing that the characters are aware of. They don't know I have X spell slots, I have this and that. That's more for our purposes to measure magical power that they have access to. But what Arcanite does, for what they largely use it for essentially, is to regain spell slots.
Ooh,
Okay.
Or recharge their magical reservoirs.
Rejuvenation, baby.
So, it sounds like from that kind of thing, it seems like it's not really like a metallic kind of substance. It's more like a gem, but also, since it's able to be glass blown, that shows that it can be molded at least by heat by a little bit.
It's a little
So-
crystal-like, yeah.
Yeah. And then, let's see, with the whole way that they use it to recharge their magical reservoirs, it kind of seems like maybe Arcanite might be like a product of a larger energy source that kind of shoots it off. And then maybe like I don't know, it starts to make the other question of like, if we actually research this creature while it's alive, could we learn to track it back to a larger source of them?
Oh, so smart. Holy shit.
Not smart, wise.
Of course.
It's a big brain stuff, nonetheless. We're on some sort of big brain.
Jungle Boy is so wise.
I love the thoughts, honestly, but I can't. It's for you to explore in the future.
These are all just the questions that popped up from, like, I guess the answers I got.
It's cool questions. Absolutely.
Yeah.
So
And that 20 is really cool.
with that, as the hours press on, it's getting late. If anyone wanted to push on at this point for extra stuff within the night, like research-wise, you could do so, making a Constitution save for exhaustion. But if you fail, you'll have a level of exhaustion, which might not be so bad if you sleep it off.
I will roll the dice. Okay, I have a +4. Constitution is my best stat, so I pray to whatever the dice gods.
So another few hours of research can go to if you want to make a Constitution saving throw.
Roll a 17.
think you just have to roll above well, that's not
Thought
enough.
my
I think you
powers would
just-
work.
I think it's just a 10. So you'd gain a level of exhaustion here. But you do manage to kind of press on for this block of research. Though I believe you'll be at disadvantage.
Look, Naf Seguin is not pulling through. My baby is not pulling through for me. This is fucked up. I love you so much, and you hurt me so much.
So sleepy.
So can I still do a check? But you said at disadvantage.
At disadvantage because it's starting to get late and you're starting to get tired.
Okay. Please. Oh my god!
Holy crap!
As you're like looking into one of these tomes,
This
you're
next
just
level.
drifting off
Some
a little bit, and
rolls.
then you fall in your face, just into the pile of research, and it scatters everywhere. And you look up, suddenly awake. It's a mess. All of the notes are everywhere. It's so discordant. It's gonna take like hours to get this back in the right place to be able to actually continue the research. It's extremely frustrating.
If only
I
she
think
had some source of guidance while she was researching.
Oh my god. Okay, guys. I have taken up all the bad juju we could have during this session, so roll whatever the fuck you want in the future.
You're
Keep
safe
taking
for
it.
sure.
Okay. Theoretically, could I just like take after I organize this beautiful pile that I fucked? Can I like theoretically take some of it with me, and then other people can probably maybe run checks on it?
If you wanted to steal all of these notes, you could. I'll say like the note pile here is probably like 30 pounds of various gear, like stuff here. You can take X amount of pounds that you want, but it might
So they don't
reflect
have-
poorly on you to steal from the library. But it
So
might
they
not.
don't have there's no library card system?
You'd have to go ask permission, but typically no. Typically the thing is make records of that you need, which would take hours of note taking and stuff. They don't like to let the original copies go for
Oh my god.
yeah.
Okay, well,
But you could just steal them. There's no one else in here. Who knows what?
I don't like.
I always advocate for theft when possible.
I had a +1 to investigation history, to sleight of hand and stealth 0. I don't like my chances. I'm rolling like shit. Fuck. Could I not ask Vohu for permission? My boy, my elephant boy?
You could go look for him if you want. If you want to go to find his communist quarters.
Fine, man. Okay. I pray. Now
You,
someone
Investigation
protect
check
me.
to find his room.
Oh,
At disadvantage.
No, it's not hard to find Vofu's chambers because you start to wander through the Balance of the Green training camp here, and you hear, and that snore is shaking the foundation of the building around it. It
Shoots
is
on the exhale.
massive, and you just draw closer to that noise, and you see the chamber of Vofu. This large elephant-sized, man-sized door is partially ajar. He's kind of a carefree individual, and you see him on his big elephant round bed, and he's just laying there tucked into his little sheets. He's got his little nightcap on. It's just hanging down, and he's just honkered out.
Okay. Could I potentially do like a sleepy time, like he doesn't know whether he's awake or asleep conversation with him, where I ask for shit? Like, hey buddy, I'm gonna take some shit. Is that
Yeah,
cool?
Make a stealth check.
Oh fuck! Yo, you hate me, like for
At
sure.
disadvantage.
Oh no,
At disadvantage
Exhausted.
because you're exhausted, so
No.
it's disadvantage.
Yep.
I got an 18.
Yep. Behold the consequences of your actions.
Look, this is bullshit. Okay, I'm gonna roll with just another one then, and then we shall see.
Absolutely.
Oh,
That's
you
more like
bitch.
it.
You whisper, and it's too quiet, unfortunately. And he is not responding at all. You could go
Okay.
louder.
Okay. Do I have to roll to talk louder?
Well, if you're talking louder, he'll probably just wake up, and this will just be a conversation.
I mean, I'll talk to Elephant Boy. We're friends. We're homies. I will gently jostle him. I'm not insane.
As you jostle him, his eye slowly lumbers over, and he looks around. Who's there?
Hey, Great Replenisher. So I've been hitting the books, and I can't read. It's been really bad. Is there any
You
chance I
should
could
learn to do that.
I'm more of a plants guy. But could I just take some of the materials, just and maybe other people will know how to read better than me. That's cool. I mean, Bolzo won't miss them because he doesn't even know what he wrote. So I feel
All
like
of the tomes that I gathered is what you're referring to? And make a persuasion check as he starts to think.
okay. And the stone
Don't
tablet.
forget disadvantage.
I'm drowning. I'm drowning.
Don't
You
forget.
shut up.
Oh.
Fuck you. That's what you get. Hey, elephant boy.
He looks at you. Fine.
Great Replenisher, you know all. And I just, the softest, gentlest kiss so he can go up to Dreamland, just on his forehead, just. And, then I
And with that,
scurry away.
it's just snoring almost immediately resumes
Yes, okay.
at an incredible speed. There he is, sleeping.
Okay. I
And
figured it
you
out.
depart with permission from the sleepy elephant to take 30 pounds of books. You can add 30 pounds of you can add an item to your inventory called notes
Book.
notes of bow. I can't believe to keep saying his
Notes
name even
of
though he's
boat.
gone. Notes of
Bolzo.
boat. Bulzo. Where's his last? Well,
How
you
could
don't
you
need his last
forget? I love him so much.
Bulzo Sun Meadow. You get his notes, and it's about 35 pounds of various collections added to your inventory. There you go.
Wait, are you adding it or?
No,
can
you
I?
add it.
Okay, cool. Yeah, that's what I was doing. I
Correct.
didn't know.
Correct. Good.
Cool.
Good.
Oh, no.
But that being said, Justin, did you plan on pushing into the wee hours of the night to research? Or are you going to bed at this point?
I'm the kind of person that thinks, quit while you're ahead. Focus on getting your rest. If you're gonna do the
Fuck
reps,
you.
you need to recover.
That's really cool of you to say. Thanks.
Makes one
Casper
roll,
feels satisfied.
kills it, immediately takes the high ground.
I feel good about my results. Time to take a nap.
Look.
Really worked my brain there once.
Oh, I
I'm
need it.
trying to help, okay?
He's got high
At any
wisdom but
cost.
low intelligence, so he's wise enough to take care of himself, but not really smart enough to keep pushing through the night without self-deprivation.
Ah, yes. I had an idea. Time for maintenance snap.
Look, I have 18 wisdom. Don't even say that shit to me. I'm dumb.
Fantastic. Well, with
Oh,
that, it
but,
sounds. Oh yeah, go for it.
I'm going to stay in the room that was paid for me because it was paid for me and I don't want to waste his generosity. But I would like to make a note that I will not sleep on the bed because it is just a elevated space in a large open area and that is insane. So I would like to sleep inside the closet or under the bed or just somewhere hidden.
Fair enough. Yeah, there is a nice, comfortable cupboard that is about person size that you can get into and close the doors in. It's very, very secure, very cozy.
Aw. Sleeping like an upside down vampire.
Yes. With that, everyone heads off to their various resting places, it sounds like. And while most of you probably deep in your sleeps at this point, but the night continues for some hours. As they do, we we'll jump ahead to around that time. Well, let's see. It's about that time. And then kind of early lighting where everyone is finding their various resting places. So let's just kind of jump around and see where everyone ended up. Let's start with Pabs. Where do we find you in the morning after?
Okay. It's gonna be his room at the Azoran Guild of Heroes, which is pretty much bare. It's pretty much stock, everything, because it's probably the only place he stays where Janice can't be 24/7, and she's as close as humanly possible. So if there's a window, she's like right outside it, and he keeps the place.
She could be in the hallway because the hallway is designed for large
perfect.
creatures.
Yep, she's in the hallway, and there's nothing in the room except his saddlebags, because he takes them inside, and everything he owns is ready to be put on Janice and taken away. But he's also still high as hell.
You give your horse drugs?
Yes.
You
Oh, fuck yeah.
stumble out of bed and a shatter. You realize, shit. You had like a piece of glassware on top of you, and it fell off to the side and shattered when you stood up. Something you have to replace, but this isn't the first time this has happened.
Yeah. And he's just gonna be like, I think at the shattering, he's like all ready to run to the door because he's just ready to jump up at any moment. He's like, oh, fuck. I need to get more before we leave. And then he'll go to Janice and he'll start heading to the meeting spot.
Yeah, there's a nice, freshly deposited horse cake, we'll call it, pie, left behind. But up to you what you do with that as you
I
mount up.
leave that. I get some like salts for her, a little salt lick, but it's like more smelling salts also. I get that to her. Like, come on, girl, let's go. And then we leave the pile.
Yeah, just in the hallway, the building. Yeah, and you head off. As you do, mounted atop your horseback. Where are you headed? Just to the meeting spot?
Yep, meeting spot. I think he'll kind of
Which-
walk around the halls just to see if anyone can gather, but otherwise, once he does a loop, he'll head to the meeting spot.
We'll call the entry to the docks, the dockyard, which is pretty much right next to the Mighty Oak Tavern, the meeting spot, because that's what I think we talked about. Anyways. So yeah, heading there. You get there, and let's jump over to the next person. Song in Stars. What did your night of wandering entail? Where did you end up?
Yeah, she ended up walking out of the thing, and then I rolled a series of dice to figure out where she actually ended up, and then I marked it with. So she wound up here about kind of behind between these houses. Is this area anything like of note? Or is this like the poor people area, or like the middle class people area, or like this is where the cement mixers live? Like, what about this?
Just to give you an idea, this is a relatively. So, just going to give you an idea here. You see these walls? Those walls all in the southern part of the city. All of these are made of stone. All of the stone wall sections are a little bit nicer quality. So the lowest you'll get here is like middle class, if not maybe lower middle class. But right here would probably be like lower middle class, I would say, just those areas. But to get to the really poor areas, you go north to the outskirts of the core city, which you kind of see a little bit hinted at there in the wooden walled area. And then even further past that, there are the villages that dot the landscape of the giant.
She does not want to be in the poor people area. Is it safe to assume that one of these houses may have a relatively decent shed in the back or something like that, a storehouse? I don't know, like a dry meat area or something. I don't know.
You
beer fridge.
find a small root cellar that is not very deep, but it is enough that you could stuff into and close yourself into, where there's like it's essentially just a cupboard in the ground, effectively.
It has to be big enough for me and Feather.
Yeah, it can fit like some people, but like just to kind of like describe it, like it opens up, it goes down maybe 5 feet, and then there are like shelves on either side and the behind of where like goods and pantries and other things that you would want to keep cool and refrigerated.
Yeah, she's basically looking for something that her and Feather could go into, and that she preferably has to break into, like to get through a lock or something, to imply that because if someone's locking it, it probably means they don't go there very often. That's kind of
Root
like
cellar
the thing
would be
she's
locked
looking for.
because these
Okay.
are for like these are like for preserving food and such for long periods of time.
Oh, and there's food in there. Say no more. That's where she's going.
This is perfect.
Yeah.
Go ahead and make a thieves tool check if you're lock picking the lock. Otherwise, if you're breaking it off, you can also do that with just an athletics check probably.
I
But
will
you don't
break
need to.
and enter.
Oh
So that-
shit!
Yeah, you will.
Unlock it, open the thing, bring it back, and you can actually get your tools around and relock it so it looks completely natural from this side. And you'll even be able to unlock it in the morning, no problem.
Right.
You need to just
Yeah, she's
lock
gonna
yourself in here and just fuck
crawl
yourself
down
up.
in there, or she's gonna like open the doors and then like hop down into it and like reach up and like have Feather kind of climb into her arms and then lower Feather in. Even though this is like a fucking dragon, it's fine, but she's treating it like a dainty baby. And lowers Feather, and she's like, "Okay, now you have to shut the fuck up for the rest of the night. No of your incessant purring." And then shuts the doors. And yeah, if there's like any food around, she's like perusing, trying to look for something that'll like it's not
There's-
too heavy.
Pickled beets, pickled pickles, cucumbers, pickles, pickled various things, many pickled ingredients
Anything that's not
around.
vinegar.
There's some dried meats and some dry rice.
She's gonna look at the dried meat longingly, and then hand all of it to Feather and settle for a jar of pickled beets. And she's just like choking back and like force feeding herself these things. I'm like, they're
Feather looks
pickled beets. It's
very
like
happy.
red,
It's just like on
gross
its back,
juice everywhere.
ripping at the meat with all fours and just tearing it apart and just gnawing at it.
Hey, what did I say? Quiet. Just eat your meat silently so I don't have to hear it.
Looks at you and goes back to it.
Fine, whatever. And then yeah, she's gonna just try to gorge herself on these beets to the point where she doesn't want food anymore, to like the thought of food is gross, so that she doesn't want the meat anymore. She's trying to just force fill herself so that she won't want to try to take the meat from
Well,
Feather.
luckily, like, funny enough about that, it's ironic because the thought of beets anymore after the first beet is already getting like, I don't know if I want another one, but you
If
go
the meat still
ahead
sounds
anyway.
good, she's gonna force it.
Exactly. And it's grosser and grosser the more pickled things you eat. But we find you in the morning, a few jars of pickled foods ingested, and your beast happily awake now, kind of pouncing on you, ready for a morning of energy and playtime, seemingly more early than you would expect, as you see like the from the root cellar's doors, this just like piercing light is shining through and the cracks of the wood.
Feather, there's no time for this. We can do this after the trip. When we reach the ground, we can play, okay? For now, we just have to move. Play later.
Tilts his head to the side, looks a little confused and sad, but crawls up on your shoulder.
You're heavy. And then, and then she's gonna start unlocking it and ignore it.
As you, and you emerge out into the daylight. Looks like no one was the wiser to your antics. Where are you headed?
And then she is going to leave behind those 2 silver pieces where the food was, and then lock it
Nice.
and head to where we were meeting.
You got it. Only take a little bit of time, and you'll meet there roughly around there.
I think that like the fur around her mouth though is just she just ate straight beets, so it's just like red, just completely caked red on like her black fur, and it looks like she feasted on some kind of carcass. It looks like gruesome. It's like all over her, like her nails and her hands, and like dribbled onto like her clothing a little bit. She probably wiped her mouth with her scarf. It looks like she fucking murdered something and ate. But it's just beets. It looks a little bit more feral than normal.
Yeah, and we'll jump over real quick before anyone else. Pabs, as you're standing there, you're the first to arrive. You see Song coming over, looking as she has just described, covered in this bloodish, ghoulish-looking appearance on her face. Walking over to you rather nonchalantly at the meeting spot. It's just the two of you, though, right now.
Give me 1 sec. Dog 1 sec.
Gotcha.
Oh.
But then the creature runs off, and he chases it. She chases the Song, chasing it, and then she catches the creature and puts it back on the shoulder, and is once again walking back over to you.
So the dog was about to start bouncing.
He's gonna point his his scimitar at her face and be like, "Did you have fun last night?"
Yeah, we ate really well. It was great.
Anyone I know?
Just like thinks about. Probably not. Probably people who like work for a living. So not you.
Perfect.
Great. I'm glad our personalities are just so we're just so extroverted. We're just both morning people.
Just love morning times. As we jump over to Ward, where would we find you this morning?
You know, he's a bit of a meticulous person, so he probably got up early but didn't quite go out. You know, he's checking everything he has. You know, I like to think he's made, like, I've taken the gold away obviously, but like he's made a lot of what he uses, like armor and like shield wise, because he is proficient and all that. So you know, he's doing like routine maintenance checks in the morning. Maybe he's cracked the window open to whatever room he has in the Heroes Guild to like let it in. He is a morning person, actually.
Crack open the window, you see just hanging there, Shadow Walker Baron says, "Oh, hey."
Ah!
It's fucking stuck to the window like a gecko.
He grabs at his chest and like puts a hand on the windowsill. Good morning.
Oh,
Shadow Walker Baron.
I figured I'd find you here.
You know, yeah, I didn't tell you, but I kind of figured. Can I help you?
Nope, just wanted to see where you are.
I'm
But I'm gonna
here.
have a meeting spot if you want to go.
You know, yeah, give me like 5 minutes to put on the
Sure.
armor. Yeah.
I'll just wait here. And do you see now? She isn't like sticking to the wall. She has like mountaineer's gear that she's like attached to the side, and she's just like repelled off the side of the guild and is just holding here.
He kind of like leans out a bit. Like, how obvious is all this equipment?
It's pretty obvious from the outside, but if it's a big building, so where you are up in the structure, it can be blended in a little bit. But yeah.
I'm just gonna take the positives that you're good at climbing and put the rest of this interaction away in a box and hide that box until I'm ready to deal with it. And he gets ready, he puts on, it takes I think like a minute, or I can't remember if it's a 1 or 5 minutes to put on heavy armor, but it takes him a few minutes. He gets his shield, and he's just like, he'll make his way downstairs, assuming that she'll come down too.
Yeah. As you head out, you hear a zzz noise. And when you get down to the bottom floor, you see her standing there, just kind of leaning up against the wall. Hey, ready to go?
I have no choice, he simply says.
And she walks along with you as you both head down to the meeting spot. The two of you, Varen and Ward, you both see Pabs and Song standing there, kind of conversing, and you two both walk up, and she looks, hello. She waves at all of you.
The second shock of the day hits Ward as he witnesses Song. I assume,
Beat it up.
You're a little, red.
Full. very full.
Uh-huh.
Thanks for the silver.
Nope. I'm not getting hung up on that. Have you seen? Good morning.
It's
It's good
best
to
not
see
to.
you both. Yeah, I'm beginning to see this might be the way I have to go. The three of us are here. Anybody seen our greener companions?
I mean, do we really need them? We could just leave with Feather and just, I
Uh,
don't know.
personally, I hope we take the big guy. I like him. He's a good shield.
What's his name? Babby Boo?
I'm gonna stick with big guy.
Big guy. True enough. I'm sure we are talking about the same person. There are
Changing my name to Babby Boo.
two big guys, and one of them is here, so.
And
Speaking of the
personal-
devil, oh, go for it. Say that first.
And personally, I feel like the dichotomy evens out when they're here. So
Oh yeah, I
no,
mean,
it's Babby Boo.
yeah, Babby Boo's definitely the best, but they're good too.
Jumping over to Babby Boo. Where do we
Sorry,
find?
that's your name now.
That's
Babby
the name.
Booey.
It's a fish.
It was put into my hands.
So you know I'm gonna wake up because I'm Babby Boo.
I'm a Italian now. Abominable bit, that's me.
Hey, that's me.
Oh my god.
He has
I
a
was
mustache
thinking
underneath the
now.
trunk. It's like there's the trunk here and then mustache coming out from the side. It's good. It's good.
Now it's just gonna be a Joe Pesci impression.
Yeah, whatever his name is, Bubba Boy. That guy.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I slept in my room, just at our group. I slept where I normally sleep, so you know, I'll wake up, put on my clothes, reluctantly put on my sandals, grab my bag and my maul, and I'll head to the meeting spot. I'm gonna stop at like a courtyard and like grab a couple apples.
Hmm.
Then I'll head to the meeting spot. So I'll just roll up crunching on an apple.
Well, it's interesting, actually. Your room, since you're such a gardening individual, you are a larger creature, and the rooms are proportionally sized. What that means is larger creatures get the same relative amount of space as a small creature would in their room. So that technically means you can fit more things in here, like maybe an apple tree in your room, or like a little garden area. You could just have like an apple a day right there for you if you wanted to.
And then yeah, I'll wake up, sniff my various lavender plants, grab some apples, and head out.
It's a hearty breakfast in your floral room as you depart and head down to the way there. You see the rest of the gang that has gathered, which is everyone besides Casper and Anima.
Yeah, I'll get there and just see our feline friend covered in red, and just look and just. Beats was a good choice.
Not really. But it sufficed.
We could have gone a little easy on the garlic and the vinegar, but
You're telling me you're shit at it way too much.
he looks actively relieved hearing that it was Beats.
Tabs looks actively upset. That's disappointing.
Oh, don't worry, there was lots of meat. Just, I gave it all to Feather.
Small victories.
It was stolen if it makes you feel even better.
That makes me feel great.
But I paid for it, so
Well,
Small
made it to
victories.
silver.
well, hopefully you ate more.
Are you just a criminal for the fun of it or out of necessity?
It is fun. But no, it's fun. Yeah. Mainly the fun of it. Well, if you just
Fair
stole
enough.
a bit better, maybe you wouldn't need as much.
The thing is, I've never been caught.
Well, then why not go for bigger heists?
No need. Feather was fed.
I think you need
So we
aspirations.
live another day.
As we jump over to Casper, where do we find him this morning? You. Oh, there you
Yeah,
are.
so I wake up in the morning and I
Feeling
look
like
Step
outside.
outside.
Beat me
I
to
take
it.
a deep
I
breath.
say, "Hey, what's going on?"
Sorry, I went the Kesha route. You all went 3 non-blondes. My mistake.
Yeah, I just wake up in my safe, little cubby and just check first, make sure that
You
there's
see,
nothing
there's
hidden.
a worker like currently cleaning the room because they thought it was empty because you weren't in there, and they're like currently out there tending the bed, dusting it off,
You're
making
just
sure it's
fucking
all good.
stalking him like a tiger in the reeds.
Open the door, the drawer where I am. I'm just like, did you have any idea that I was here?
Oh, it's like the man is startled as he sees this like jaguar man emerge from the like closet. He's like, Rakshasa! And he runs.
I think you
And
have
he's
no
gone.
idea I was here. Very good.
Wait, wait, do we know what the fuck Rakshasa are?
Some people do.
So is that like common enough knowledge, or
An Azora enough here that you would have heard, you would know a tiger man as a
Okay.
Rakshasa.
okay?
So after being complimented by this man, I'd like to walk outside. See everybody going there and
You
like,
see him
"Hey,
still
what's
running down.
going on?"
He's just trying to get away, and he's stumbling down the stairs. He's frightened.
So what happened with you guys last night?
As you show up to the group,
Slept.
You slept? It looks like you did a lot more than sleeping.
No, I just slept.
I guess all we can really do is wait for Annie then.
Do we have to?
Yes.
let's
She asked
see where
that
she
before
is.
too.
Like, how much is she worth, really? I mean,
Shall
we
we
have the
go-
Shadow Walker.
I'm just
Remind
like,
me.
overall.
Never to let you do the head count.
You can't tell if all of your
Just
separate
abandon
working
party members for
properties
being
are-
not late, just the last one to
Wait,
talk.
okay, so-
Considering my roles, I'd leave me too.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
So
I mean, you guys would all die without me. I just nat 20 first try.
So true.
easy. Anima, where do we find you? This
Me and
morning?
Casper both. We just nat
Look.
20 and then we leave it.
This will be defined upon whether you will allow me. Okay, because you gave me a level of exhaustion, and I was like, wait, I'm a human. Don't I get March's endurance?
The
Oh, advantage on
From the
checks against
codex,
exhaustion.
yeah. Can I reroll? This will define
late.
where I wake up.
you
No!
had to, too late. You had to say it then.
What?
It's too far
It's the
back.
one chance for
Too many
Marcher's
things have
endurance to
happened.
matter.
Retcon too much.
Can we retcon every roll that you did?
I also
to the
don't
past
know.
session?
Yeah, true. I don't know if Warriors Codex humans have that anymore. They might. They
No,
might.
that is what
They
WCX
still have that?
gives.
Oh, that's what gives them.
The-
to?
that's
Cool,
the
cool, cool.
WCX
Yeah,
thing.
yeah.
The book, and then I have to double check.
Good. You gotta remember when it comes up. Hey, it comes up. Well, yeah, and sometimes.
It's never
But-
come.
Thought you would admire the
You guys
tenacity.
don't stay up late. Stay up later, nerds.
Okay.
Like, over a year we've been using WCX
Look.
in like several simultaneous campaigns, and not once has
Look.
Marcher's endurance come up.
We haven't had any humans. It's easy.
Not true.
Look,
True. Name
I-
one human besides Walter.
Look, I went through the trouble. I'm new to the system. This is bullying.
Who'd you say?
Tillis?
Oh, true.
Like the
Besides
fucking
Tillis.
main character?
Well,
The
besides Tillis.
fucking protagonist?
There's like 2 humans. Anyways.
Okay.
What are you doing this morning, Anima?
I'm so sad now. Okay. Because I have exhaustion, I was like, I gotta wake up on the floor of the Great Finishers
Well,
room.
long rest would have cured 1 level of exhaustion.
Oh, did I still get to rest? I thought it was like you cannot rest.
No. You long rested at the end of that. The
Yeah, just
only
exhaustion
danger.
just sucked all of your
Yeah.
chat.
The only
Oh,
danger
okay.
would have been going on again for another leg and then being on for. Yeah.
Oh, we're lucky I'm not that dumb. Okay,
You'll get there.
okay, so Anima's gonna wake up in the comfort of her own room. She slept clutching the notes. Just so excited she got them. And yeah, I'm not
It's
anywhere
like a
where
gravity
anything...
blanket. 'Cause it's like there's all these books piling down on you.
Yes. I feel the weight, the pressure. It feels good. I feel like Bozo is with me. Yeah, I'm just gonna roll out of bed and make my way over.
As you do, you see, the rest of the gang have already arrived. You're lugging your heavy amount of books around, but the gang is there as well as your Shadow Walker, friend Vera.
There she is.
Hi, everyone. Oh, Song got such a nice color on you. You look really cool.
Why is everyone commenting on this? Is it that apparent?
It's a little obvious.
You're actively dripping on the floor.
It's like you
Very
paid 2 silver for like a lump of raw meat, or just like, you know, half of a carcass and just tore into it.
If only.
It doesn't look bad, though. It looks interesting.
I don't know
Sure.
if I would call that a good aesthetic, personally, but, you know.
Or, no, I'm just going to take the compliment when I get it. Those are rare.
It sells like the stoic, like, perception thing. It's really
Great.
nice.
Yeah, I don't care. Very. She's gonna like give like a cold stare off into the distance, and you can hear like the minor hum of like a purr that she's trying to hold back. I don't like the compliments. Shove it. She like knocks over something. Fuck that guy.
Ah, incredible.
So, Shadow Walker, where is the Dockmaster and whole kit and caboodle to get started?
Down this way. And she starts to walk down towards the Dockmaster, and as you all make your way to the Dockmaster, you get around the docks, which, just to kind of describe this visually as you approach, this is, of course, the edge of the giant. These large wooden platforms have been built on the side of the landscape here that like lurch over to act as docking points for airships, Nafsagween, and other various methodologies for getting down to and up to the lowlands. This is the main port of this is like the lifeblood effectively of Azora, because it's where everything goes in and out. Here, as you gather around these edges of this massive cliff, essentially, that goes down into the lowlands, you can kind of see the movement of the giant, which you don't get to see a lot of based on the scale, but now that you're here, you can see the giant slowly traversing. Here, there is a stall set up where behind the stall there is a rather muscular looking half-orc. That's what they're called. Where? Ah, here he is. Working behind the desk. He's currently writing away at some ledgers, comparing the various goods to whatever's in his ledger, like making notes, like looking back, kind of keeping an eye on everything. He says, there's our guy. You need to go talk to him and tell him you're the expedition leaders and you're here for whatever business your expedition is here for. You'll get the idea.
Hey, I think I know this guy. Wait, no. It looks like a human. Marcus Phoenix. You wouldn't know him.
It kind of does.
We just
Oh.
the whole soul patch, the thing, the muscles, all of it. Don't worry about it.
Look around for like chest high walls.
There are some barrels around. Barrels.
Taking a look at this guy and his tattoos, can I get anything about like, is he a part of any groups, or are any of these have any sort of importance?
If you just kind of see, there's a few ways you could go about that. You could do an insight check. You could do a history check on the tattoos.
Let's do history. Sounds fun.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Oh.
They look cool. Good work.
True. Cool tattoos.
He looks up at you and just, yeah, they are, aren't they? Yeah, real cool.
Who is a fae? Gross.
Nah, I'm an orc. Yeah, orc, isn't it?
So
Are you those do look pretty beefy. Where do you get them?
Beefy. Who? Me? My beefiness? Yeah, I got big arms. Yeah, see here.
I bet you do a lot of picking things up and then putting them back down again and then repeating that.
Lots of that. Yeah.
I meant the tattoos.
Must be very proud.
The tattoos. Oh, where'd I get them?
Yeah.
Oh, did it myself. Yeah.
Oh. Kind of things for among you. They look pretty warrior-like. Might have to talk to you about that. Anyway, where are some expedition leaders for the guild?
Oh yeah. What's the name of the expedition?
Huh. I need a moment. He turns like a huddle gesture.
Why are we all here? It's to feed Feather. Yes? Simple
game.
enough.
I don't want to be called a feather feeder.
Or like the birds of a feather.
That's
As we
better.
will always stick together. I would never leave any of you behind.
You just wanted to leave 3 of us behind before.
I like
But
it.
you weren't here.
Birds of a feather. We're the birds of a feather.
Ooh, I like that. That's nice.
I think it represents
you all
Janice.
don't forget why we're here.
Never forget.
Birds of feather. Yeah, cool. Gotcha. So birds. You got this job to do. What's your job?
We're hunting Zirgax.
You're the ones here for that. And he kind of pulls over. He closes that ledger, pulls out the note, and then slides it over. Takes out another ledger. Already got some things about that. He puts it here. Yeah, got some notes. Good notes. Well, looks like you got some good stuff. Well, some alright stuff, yeah. Zirgax, yeah. It seems you got some resources here. Who, you bringing Varen over there, yeah?
Yes, sir.
Just feeling he's like going through the check boxes and going through all of the various places here. All right. Let's see, you got the 2,000 gold package, which covers method of transit, which covers, of course, drop off by airships and some Nofsagween a short distance from the giant. Guess we'll get your expedition set up. Your camp can be set up pretty close to where they're going. Yeah. Then method of extraction, short range flare. Who wants it? And he holds out a flare gun. Single use.
I'll hold on to that.
You can add a single use extraction flare.
If we happen to need it, I can get anywhere really quick. I'm just saying, it could be well used in my hands if you trust me.
I think that's where we kind of hit a hitch right now.
Well, I'll be sure to earn your trust soon.
That I'm not going to hold that opportunity from you.
So, just so we're clear about how the give and take is, yeah? You use this flare gun when you're close to the edge of the giant, yeah. And then we see the flare, send a crew to pick up you and your camp and your expedition, bring it all back here.
All right. Sounds good.
Make sure you're
Straightforward.
close enough. Make sure it's clear day.
All right. No turbulent weather. No long distance nonsense.
Yeah, and if you needed any last minute supplies, just had something good come in. Yeah, got some stuff. Yeah, some other people came back, lost a few, pawned off some goods for the next run. But here, take a look. Got little price tags on them and everything. And if you direct your attention to the shop display tab in the PC section, there's a thing called shop display. You'll go to the inventory of that. You'll see it's blank right now. I'm starting to put things in there that this individual's selling.
Oh.
And you'll notice the potions have quantities by them. There are 4 healing potions, 2 greater healing potions. And the prices are listed next to them. If anyone wanted to buy anything, consider it there.
This brings up a question. Because I didn't remember. Whenever we made the characters, we started with an uncommon magic.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And then
No, yeah, correct.
the
Yes.
green one. And then the rest of our money we could just spend on just common shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
Not common magic items, but
Oh, okay. I misunderstood that. So let me throw all mine.
if you did, how many did you buy? Let me make sure I didn't say that. Let me make sure, because I say a lot of things. No, yeah, the 500 gold was spent on any mundane items, correct.
Right.
Oh, okay. Then I'll convert them.
Yeah,
I just did 50 gold for all the. They were potions of healing.
that's,
But
Oh.
he only has
Yeah.
4. I have more than that, so I'll convert it all.
yeah.
What do these things do?
Can you click them and not
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, go.
Scintillating. Nice.
Yeah, good stuff, good stuff.
Uh,
Didn't help them apparently, but because they died. But yeah.
I'll buy the orb of direction.
All right. Let's see here. That'd be 25 gold. Yeah.
And hand it over.
And I throw it in your inventory.
Track that.
Well, I
He said
had
this
mood
stuff was
mark
on the-
paint, so I'm just going to buy it from him.
Perfect.
You said this
35
was on the
gold.
player
I
screen?
overpaid when I got it, so
Oh, sorry. No, this is on the player screen. I can actually put it in the player screen though. I think. No, let's not, because it's easier this way. It's better to keep this separate, I think, because I think it'll be different inventory tracks. Yeah. So go to the top right where the skull
Oh.
icon in the actors directory, and under
Oh,
in
got
the
it.
PCs
Okay.
folder. Yeah, that's where you see it. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh no. Somebody bought what I wanted.
what was it?
Oh. Just the paint. I was still reading it.
Oh. I already had it in my inventory like already as one of the items that I got when I didn't know, so then I just went ahead and bought this one.
How many potions of greater healing
throw
does
it in
he
the chat.
have?
You better do face
There you
paint on Feather.
You can see
With
the
that.
quantity is that little like box icon. It says 2 next to you.
I will buy both of them. I will actually buy all of his potions.
Absolutely.
Oh
Okay.
shit. Okay.
Okay.
I spent none of my money.
Perfect.
Well,
I'd
Yeah,
like
I
to buy
basically
the
didn't
pole
spend
of
anything
collapse.
either, so I'm way richer than I thought I was.
I'll buy this dumb coin because it says scintillating in it. And I
Coin of
like that.
delving. Absolutely.
I don't really
Oh,
care what
yeah.
time it is. I'm not gonna buy anything.
50 gold.
Yeah, you could just look up.
That's free.
How do I?
Oh yeah, how do I
pay
buy
for
something?
I'm just mark off the 50 gold and I'll put it in your inventory.
Okay.
Oh, I see. Okay.
I would like the pool of collapsing, por favor.
Absolutely, 55 gold there for you.
Just clear him in.
Por
Clear 'em
favor,
out,
hell yeah.
Yeah, like this, like this. Like people buying my goodies.
Oh, I have two.
Oh,
That'd be fun.
got 2.
Yeah, I have two.
I'll delete one. How'd you
There
get the
you
other
go.
one? Did you grab it?
I don't
from there?
know. I dragged it over to attempt to buy it, but nothing happened, and then maybe it just like lagged a bit, then happened later.
No, I gave you one, but that means you guys can grab stuff from there. There's no reason I have to be giving it to you. Cool.
I just, whenever I took the paint, I just dragged it over to my side and then deleted it out of his inventory.
Yeah, you can do that.
That's
Do
nice.
that. You just got to keep up with the cost there and like make sure you're paying the cost and all that good stuff. But Orb of Time is left. Anyone want that? He looks. Hey, anyone? Yeah. Hey, Orb of Time. You
As I
never know.
said, if you're outside, look up. If you're not outside, who cares what time it is?
Well, you know, if you go into the expeditions, you've been to the Archon doors, yeah? Well, what if you're behind one? You need to keep an accurate time about when one opens.
We're not going
That's
inside
not
of the
gonna
Archon
happen.
doors.
All right, well, all right.
You guys have some kind of history with those things?
No.
It's just not in the terms of the adventure. Why even worry about it?
You've
I
I don't
convinced
know.
me.
This is the
I'll
first time
take
that you've
it.
actually shown good. Oh, sorry.
Well,
Please.
Pabs, specifically, you seem to be very, I don't know, financially minded, so it's kind of surprising, I guess.
I was
No
about to
rewards
say,
beyond
this
those
is the
doors.
first time you've actually shown a depth of concern or thought over anything.
Any of you open one of those doors?
No.
Nothing behind them. Leave them alone.
I've heard other things, other tales. Yeah, I have.
Have you been in them?
No, I'll stay up here.
Then shut the fuck up.
I feel like there
Oh.
is some kind of history here.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious at this point.
It's a big waste of time. That's the
Pretty
history.
negative.
Does it
And
seem
what-
like the type of thing to press?
It's not my business, that's fair. But
Correct.
You see your friendly shadow walker friend kind of. I would like to know if this history as well. If you...
I mean, we could go in
Curious
if like we need to.
listen, if it's going to interfere in some way with what we're about to do, it's going to be important. But I trust that you can gauge that. And we've met for a day and a half. I understand it takes time to build trust here. So, history aside,
He leans over to Varen and
Privacy.
he goes, "Don't worry. I'll tell you all about it
Great. I'll take notes.
later."
Step 1, avoid. Step 2, ignore. Step 3, live.
Step 4, receive back to step 1.
Correct.
question mark, profit.
It is a good plan.
No, no profit. That is when you die.
Little profit.
Well,
So you clean me out. Here, whenever you're ready, just step over there. See that ship right there? That's yours. The rest of the expedition, they're all gathered, ready to go, yeah.
Which one?
That one right there,
Oh, and
I can't tell.
right over there.
we spend all of the 2,000. Is there anything left?
All of it's spent, I'm afraid.
All of it? Not even a little.
Yeah.
Okay. Excellent accounting.
But if you wanted some extra coin, Gorgoon could give you some extra work down there.
Is it?
are you?
Am I speaking with Golgoon?
Correct.
Okay.
Gorgoon.
Golgoon.
Gorgoon.
Gorgoon. Hmm.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm interested. What's the work you got down there?
Well, you give me some more details about what you're doing. I got a lot of stuff need to be done. As he pulls out yet another ledger and opens it.
How many books do you have?
I mean,
back there?
you know all we got. They're going for the Zeragax.
Yeah, down in the stretch. Yeah. Nice talk stretch. Yeah. All right. Okay. It's a little bit out of your way, but when you're down there, if you can get over to the Anadi Central Hive, there's a guy. I need you to deliver him this package. Don't open the package. Yeah. You understand the details of the job, yeah?
I understand completely.
All right. There's a guy. You go to the hive, and you show him this little bit of nonsense language they have. There you go. You show them that, they'll know where to go.
How far out of the way is this?
Let's jump. Go check the Ethos Zones map. Ethos Zones map. You guys are probably more like like 90 miles. Yeah, from where you are, like roughly where you are right now. That's a rough estimate. It'd be closer on a closer map, which it might be of. Actually, I can get you that estimate. Actually, no, that's actually spot on. Not 90 miles.
Don't worry. Leave this package to me, and it'll get there, no matter what.
He nods. And you guys know where you're going. In fact, I'll just take you to this map now. Yeah, just to give you an idea. So, you can't see a lot on this map, obviously.
I don't feel like I have an idea.
Pretty dark, obviously, but this is the map of Night Stalker Stretch. This is the area of the zone that you've explored in the Night Stalker Stretch. It's a wide zone. There's a lot of shit here, obviously, but it's for you to explore as you go. However, where you're set to go from where you are now is you're going to be dropped off near the foot of the giant, and then you are to travel about 50 miles to the northwest, where you'll set up the expedition camp as the plan here for you. And from that camp, you will be able to launch a further expedition without all of the expedition with you, you'll be able to launch operations into hunting the Zeragax from. From a little distance to the north of that is where your first lead was. About 20 miles north of where you'll be putting camp is where where the Anati bug juice hut guy is.
Distance.
Correct.
Yep. Then he's just like, don't worry. I'll get it there. Guaranteed. Just give it to me.
Yeah, discuss your reward when you get back, but I'll make it worth your while. Don't worry.
Sounds fair. And guessing you don't want me to open this?
Don't open it.
Gotcha.
Hang on. And he writes on the top, do not open.
Ah, thanks. That helps.
In case you forget.
I think that'll help that spy girl. I think she definitely would have opened it.
She still might.
Watch out for her, yeah. Can't trust her, not part of the crew. Not our crew, me and you.
Agreed. She's not with us. She doesn't know us.
No one's with us, just me and you.
It's just me and you against the world.
Yep.
Well, I'll go do the thing.
Now. All right. See you, well, if you make it back.
How heavy is this package?
10 pounds.
Oof. Can you hear sounds coming from it?
Yeah, I might mess around with it when we get a little further away. I'm not going to do it right in front of him.
Hell yeah.
There's an important time to note because I haven't given it to everyone yet, I don't think. No, I haven't. So, if you look at your inventory, good time to do this, you'll see a blue bar at the bottom. You'll see it gets more and more full. These ticks represent encumbrance. The first section is no encumbrance. The middle section is light encumbrance, which is just a -10 to your speed. And then third is heavy encumbrance. That's how you know what your thing is. However, I'm giving everyone the adjusted carry weight item because I don't think I've given everyone this yet, which is just an additional -25 pounds. Which is in addition to the -25 pounds of your backpack. So if your backpack doesn't weigh -20 pounds, make sure -25 pounds, make sure it does. And I'm also giving everyone an item because inventory management stuff.
I will also give everyone a potion of healing.
Whoa. Oh, you can do that right from your inventory.
Right, there's a
You sure
trade
can.
button.
Use the trade button. First, make sure everyone is controlling their proper character, because I see people are not. At the bottom left, if your character name is not right next to your name, just right-click your name and hit User Configuration.
And then select your character.
Select your character. Select your character. And then hit Save. And then it should allow you to use that feature solidly of handing each other items.
Oh, do you mean to send me a potion of healing as Bebar?
Correct.
Yeah, I'm giving
Okay.
everyone one.
Oh, hell
You
yeah.
accept.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Right.
Very cool.
Nice.
Thank
Thank you,
If you
Baba
da-
Booey.
If you
Baba
die,
boy.
I have to fight things on my own.
Thank you, Babby Boo.
I'm just gonna call you BB for short.
My friends do call me King Bee.
Thank you,
How do
BB.
you adjust an item's weight?
If you edit the item, open the edit item category by you hitting the little pencil icon next to the trade icon,
Yeah.
and then go to weight on the description, and then just scroll over and you should see an edit box
Okay.
appear.
Thank you.
And then put -25 in there for your backpack. I've given most of everybody their adjusted carry weight icon item, so most if you don't have it in your loot, you should. But then your backpack should also be an additional -25 pounds. Because you essentially, just to kind of clarify that, you all have a backpack slot, which can go dedicated to items like bags of holding or backpack, which essentially reduce weight by X amount to kind of abstract carry weight pretty easily. You can also, just to let you know, you'll of course have your camp where you'll be able to store things pretty easily in this circumstance, but you can also bring carts, mounts, store wagons, servants, etc., whatever you want to bring your goods when your weight gets a little too high. But otherwise, did I get everybody? I think I did. I think everyone there -25. Yep, looks like I did. Cool. But with that, it's 9:45, which is a little bit early, but let's go ahead and take our 15-minute break here. So we'll pick right back up at the 10 o'clock mark, so right at the top of the hour for whatever next hour is ahead of you, and we'll pick back up. But when we return, we will begin the expedition, perhaps.
Yay.
Hell yeah.
All right. See you all about 15 minutes right at 10.
first.
Honestly, now that fucking we've heard what could happen if a bunch of people are on Arcanite, we should just give it a Feather. I trust Feather more than a bunch of other
Yeah, what's the
people.
worst that could happen? It's just a dragon heart up an Arcanite. It's fine.
Yeah.
I love it. Apparently, we're giving drugs to all animals. So, like, Janice is fucking lit. So...
She's doing great.
Janice is doing you a bit lit, huh?
Doing good.
Does she even do cocaine?
That's
Please,
I mean, look at
that's
that,
a
Janice.
horse.
Goddamn.
That's a horse. You could,
That's
you
a,
wouldn't,
That's a
you
horse
wouldn't
that's
look
tweaked
at
out its
that.
fucking mind.
you wouldn't look at that and say that's not a horse.
That's true. That's a
Let's
horse.
just- Let's introduce all animals to drugs. If there's a way to get like, nafsaguine high, let's find a way.
Well, there's already a guy who's feeding them a bunch, so you could be one of many people doing strange things to critters.
Is Arcanite just fantasy cocaine?
No, there's actual fantasy cocaine. That
Will be when I got my
Ralph is
hands on it.
doing.
No.
Oh, hell
shut
yeah,
up,
dude.
No.
Sneaking suspicion that your dead is drug related.
That's
That doesn't
crazy.
make
Have you
any
been-
sense. That
Have you been
seems-
smoking too much fantasy meth?
That would be
seems
too
unrelated.
obvious.
But jumping
Plot
back,
twist. One of Pap's other
in.
identities that he gave up is Heisenberg.
I've been making new fantasy meth.
Say my name. I am the danger. I am the one who knocks
Oh shit.
on the Archon doors.
If anything, Janice is the one who knocks. She with a little hoof.
Janice, we gotta cook.
Oh, Janice is your Jessie.
My name is Janice, yo.
I'm a horse. Yo.
Incredible.
Can I get Paps where he needs to go? Yo.
Oh my god.
Just keep going.
Somehow let her talk, and that's how she talks. It's Jesse
Rachel.
Pinkman.
What was the wife's name?
Skylar.
Skylar White.
That was it, Skylar.
But as we jump back into it, let me just kind of re-describe where we are. We find ourselves at the precipice of boarding onto the expedition vessels to head down and begin the long trek to camp. Whenever you guys are ready to do that, you can begin boarding the ship. But just to kind of describe what you see before you, at the end of these long wooden runways, there are these hovering metal crafts made of barely held together scrap metal that looks like it's been patched over and repaired many times. That kind of let out this loud sputtering noise, and this thick, oily smell is like kind of permeating the air around it. In addition, there are a number of Nafsaguin, which are kind of like aiding within the loading of various supplies. There are quite a few, actually, probably a few dozen or so, just nondescript members of this expedition who are going on for various purposes that have been assigned to help and are, doing their various things. They are all currently like kind of working their way down the dock, loading the ships up with cargo, necessary supplies to set up the camp, and it looks like everything's just about ready to go whenever you guys are.
Ward's been pretty like pushing forward with the expedition, but like I assume there's like a bridge over to the airship and stuff, right? Like
Yeah,
there's
it's like a long wooden walkway, and then below it, it is just free fall down off of the giant into. It's probably like a 15-mile, 30-mile drop just down below you.
he kind of stops
Okay.
like 5 feet away from the edge, and he starts to look a little uncomfortable.
Yeah, it's a fantastical distance for sure.
Okay. Like he's taking like minutes to like, and he'll very slowly start to just hoof across the bridge, like held on to the ropes. Like you can tell he doesn't like being high up ever. Hmm.
What, you don't do well with heights or something?
I'm a
Just
cow,
don't
not a
fall,
bird.
forehead.
No, thanks.
You got to have, good balance. Song's gonna hop up on the ledge.
He looks at his entire Minotaur self.
Oh, before you go, one more thing. This is your first expedition, right? Important to remember. The giant doesn't stop moving when you get off. So, keep track of the direction. It's on a southward bound right now. Goes about 30 miles a day. So, yeah. Rest once a week for about 8 hours, 12 about a full day of rest or so. So, calculate it as you will. Good luck.
Great.
Awesome.
And then, as the last few preparations are made, the ship is ready to set off. Ooh, and it does.
Mhm.
Huh.
It's just a lot of Annie being like, "Bye, baby, bye, bye. We're gonna save you, bye."
As you get farther and farther away, as the ship disengages from the dock and starts to whoosh down, the engine starts to sputter to life as it makes this loud thumping noise, dump, 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 as you are making your way through the air, and the entire ship stutters. It is constantly turbulent. It is just a vibrating piece of machinery that you are never steady on for even a moment, as it floats its way down to the base of the giant. It gets at about a 10-mile stretch here, just at the edge of the giant's foot, and you can see now the massive being of Nafsog in all his glory, kind of at a full view there. It is an incredible sight. It is one you don't really get a lot of since you've spent a lot of your time on top of the giants, except for those who don't.
It's my guy.
But yeah, nonetheless,
It's-
an impressive sight.
Incredibly impressive.
As you land down on the footpath below, you have a short jaunt to get to the expedition campsite. Just to give you an idea of where that is, I will point at it. You are destined to. That is the square you are supposed to head to set up your camp. That is at least the plan. You don't necessarily have to. You are the expedition leaders. You could theoretically set up your camp wherever you want. But that is the first order of business to this expedition, unless you want to be protecting a lot of civilians as you traverse around, and, well, that could go poorly.
Yeah, no, we gotta jump, and it's our first time, so let's not, play anything by ear if we don't have to.
I mean, are you
Well-
sure that you want to just take the obvious route, they say never let them know your next move.
Just to give you an idea, their people, Pab specifically, from where you are, this, the Anani Central Hive, is roughly right around there. That's where the Great Bridge connects to, allow access. That's the entryway to kind of get over there. But that bridge is long. That bridge is actually a superstructure. It's about 60-mile bridge that kind of goes into the hive of the Anati.
I would just recommend the tried and true method. I think we can let them know our next move. I think it'll be fine. I think it's safer that way.
I mean, they presumably want us to succeed for the most part, so.
Everyone's got our backs.
What about all of the guilds that we kind of gave the finger to by not taking with us?
I think it'd be kind of at least forward to directly sort of attack us, if I had to guess. But hinder us, maybe.
By the way, just to give you an idea, you can travel about 30 miles in a day. at a fast pace. A normal pace is about 24 miles per day, with the especially with the camp.
So our destination is like roughly a day away.
Roughly a day away, a day's travel.
Nope. May as well get started. Burning daylight. You know, cast on a backpack, pick up a shield, and start hoofing it.
Got it.
I'm taking my sandals off.
I think Feather tries
Actually,
to
I
like,
kind
climb
of
up
I
on the
want
song.
to think about how Loxodon sandals actually look now that I'm thinking about it. How do they hold on? How do they stay on?
Like, you're
Mine are kind of like
Magnets.
the old Roman.
okay.
They
Like,
strap on?
they're the straps that go up my leg.
There's like
Absolutely.
it's a cylinder.
wearing
How are you?
It's just a big like tube. It's like a big tube.
It's a
You
tube.
step in. That's pretty
They
cool.
can
Basically
also,
like
they
lace
can
up
also
dolls,
double
very sexy.
as- yeah, they can also double as 50 feet of hempen rope.
Ooh,
Oh, you little genius.
that's pretty
I love
cool.
it. Damn,
Wow.
dude.
As you
Trababoos.
start,
I'm going
on
to
it.
descend into the cavern. Take off his shoes. Does anyone have about?
We need
50
this
feet
man's
of rope?
shoes.
Oh, sure. My shoelaces are 50
Take
feet
your
long.
shoes off. This
I
isn't
have
a
50
thing.
shoe lines.
They smell like funk, but they work.
So, as the trek begins, it takes some time. You're walking on, by the way, just kind of describe the terrain here. You are walking on what is just one small part of the ancient paths. These are the heavily trampled grounds that have seen the foot traffic of the giants for generations now. They are mostly like pulverized dirt that is just not really anything terrain-wise, like when it comes, like, there are various like hills and bumps within it, but not a lot of life grows on these ancient paths, specifically. So you're walking through that for a while, which sucks because your feet do kind of sink down into that texture as you go. But
Feels
eventually,
delightful.
at about let's see. Yeah, right about at night time, you know, classic night o'clock. That's not dusk.
Night o'clock.
Midnight's
come on
not dusk. Try that again. Oh no! Hang on, we're
Aha,
getting
it's
there.
not me doing it this time.
Here we go. Here we go. Right
Round.
around 8 p.m., just as the sun is beginning to set, you kind of make sight on a I'm having trouble speaking. A clearing that was scouted out for you by the Shadow Walkers. This is kind of like the detailed little bit of the resume that Viren helped you with, having her and assisting you, all that good stuff. Here, it is quite late, and the camp begins to kind of begin construction of itself and starts to set itself up. And in the next few hours, you have... It doesn't take long because your camp is not that impressive for what it actually has with it. Jumping over to actually give you an idea, you see, it's not much to look at yet. The guild has provided the basics, but this camp could certainly see a lot of improvements. But hey, it's a start. You got the basics of what you need to do camp stuff. And of course, here's your first representative over here. That being said, while we find ourselves in camp at this late hour, this will be your first night at camp. So, you are, just to kind of reaffirm the situation, the brew shack that you were supposed to find is roughly 20 miles north of this expedition campsite. You have all of the other information you need to decide what you're doing on your first night at camp.
Are there mechanical advantages to reinforcing camp?
Yes. If you look at the camp design thing, You don't have any resources to spend right now for this. So in this case, there's not really a lot of things you can do at this stage. But in the future, you can invest economic points to upgrade the security of the camp, which will aid it in a lot of things, but also narratively for defending itself largely from random attacks and such, and how self-sufficient the camp is.
Good.
My character was just about to suggest something like that because a camp being out in the open to him is like asking for everyone to just be eaten alive.
Absolutely, but if you have any other like ways of like spells or crafts or trap making, like as a character, you can of course set up whatever defenses you like.
Okay. Sounds good.
Through the walk to get here, Paz would have been watching Viren to see if he thinks she's sizing up any sort of target.
Insight check.
Yeah.
Can I do the same thing to see if she's sizing up me?
Yeah. I feel like if you get it.
Looking at her, this is what you see. Just watching her kind of carry on in her business. She's walking throughout the camp. She's inspecting things, and she's like looking at how everything's being constructed, seeing where everyone's going. And she like occasionally will take down her notebook, jot some things down, put them down. But she's overall just kind of overseeing the general construction as much as the other expeditionary officers are, like you guys.
Gotcha. Wait, that's it.
It's not suspicious yet.
I wasn't joking, by the way.
Yeah, make your check.
He's checking you out.
God, I hope so.
She seems just as interested in you as everything else she is examining.
Oh.
What else is she examining?
It's a lot of
Just
interest.
to know what I'm up against.
Some tents, some weapon supplies, some basic. She's actually looking at some of the militia that are kind of here for basic defense of the camp.
She's
Looking
not a
at
good
some
sign.
stockpiles, checking out the quartermaster now, etc., etc.
When you say checking out,
Looking at his supplies,
when you
goods
say
he's
his
got.
supplies,
his goods.
Do you think you can
He's
kill
not
the
getting better.
quartermaster? Are you
this
okay with
quartermaster
murder?
fucking caked up.
How big are those cheeks?
Say, this dude yoked out of his mind. Is he shaped like a Dorito? I mean, what's going on with the
Let me
quartermaster?
just roll for his charisma score.
Thank-
Oh hell yeah!
He has an 8. It's not looking good. Not looking
Roll
good.
for the diameter
She's
of
just as
his
interested
ass.
in me as the 8? Really?
I'm feeling good for Tiger Mommy.
Not that tiger.
No, but you know what I mean. Cat Mommy. Okay.
I prefer the term cougar.
Is Varen younger than them?
He's pretty young.
Oh shit! Cougar Mommy indeed.
Probably like mid-20s.
8 is just a number. As long as you're
What?
legal. I'm not a criminal.
I was
Do
about
tieflings
to
still have very
interject
short
there for a
lifespan?
second.
This is classic MILF shit.
Tieflings, their lifespan is altered based on their parent race, but it is typically a little shorter than their parent race, but not always.
What the fuck is she? Human? Tiefling?
Human base. I believe. Let me make sure. Yes.
You can make it work.
It is a forbidden love. It would never work. But I will make it
No.
try.
Yeah. It's forbidden, which just makes it
Though
hotter.
it varies,
Come
some
on now.
tieflings have been known to actually live longer because of their heritage, so it does vary. But it can affect your lifespan for sure. Some diseases are more inherent to those of a demonic or devilish bloodline.
We just come from different worlds, you know. She's
What
a
a-
human with this devil thing going on. I am at Tabaxi with this whole dragon thing going on. There's really no overlap. We basically have nothing in common.
I just thought it'd
I'm
be
rooting
funny,
for you
like,
too.
a demon affliction, right? Like if she sneezes and some random kid just says "bless you," and then she has like a curse because she's
She just
blessed for
fucking
like 5 days.
combusts on the spot.
no.
There are stories about that.
Oh
So-
shit.
Oh yes, remember, if she sneezes, you say, "You'll be damned."
How accurate they were, how truthful they were, who knows? You did hear it from like some street kids, but could be real.
Fuck, okay, well now that I know I'm against 8 charisma, I'm nervous. Someone else talk to her.
Can we actually roll insight on her motivation, or is that like too much?
One has already tried. You can do, but what are you trying to deduce, basically?
Like, what's her deal?
Gotta be more
Like-
specific.
Okay,
If you want
like,
to get to know her, why don't go talk to her?
True.
I mean, I do think that she's trying to be friends. So honestly, I'm that dumb.
Like you can do if you're ever just to kind of give you some ideas, you can do like an insight check just to generally get the run of the life kind of of an individual. Be like what based on just their looks, based on how they hold themselves, like try to glean out what this individual, what kind of lifestyle this individual might have led. But that isn't going to give you anything too specific, essentially.
Could you somehow like worm out like what their true focus is?
That would require dialogue, and
Ah,
then
I
like inciting certain things about said dialogue, most likely.
I kind of want Song to do all of that. So
Mhm.
I'll keep out of it.
I can't. My paws are sweaty. These weak arms are heavy.
No,
And there's
I believe
beads
in
all over my
love.
clothes already.
I want
Like
I want
mom's
Feather to have a
spaghetti.
second mom.
Mhm.
I'm nervous.
So I know we have these starting sets for the camp and stuff. And I know we can't do buildings yet. Are there sets of like basic structures that they're gonna set up at camp, and like, do we know what they do?
For right now, for simplicity's sake, you mostly just have the general supplies that are brought with you. So you don't have any of these specialty buildings, not even like the shops or the quartermasters, any of those basic things right now. But you do have like the supplies that can't be brought with them, which gives you access to some traders, like traders that can give you very basic things, but you won't get any like gear, weapons, or like adventuring supplies and stuff like that. But you can get basics pretty rudimentarily with the camp.
We have like, sorry, idle workers.
Yeah,
anything like
just
that?
to give you an idea, there are a few dozen individuals here, here to kind of help out and do various security work and stuff. So like you do have a workforce essentially as an asset.
Then I think Ward would kind of gravitate to that before he's gonna set down for the night or anything. And you know, they're obviously gonna set up camp, but if he can, you know, like you said, you anything you want to do and reinforce it? Maybe start lumbering some things to make rudimentary walls and the like.
Yeah, get some basics going. Yeah. Make a just for funsies. You could do this a few ways. You have carpenter's tools. You can make a carpenter's tools check. You could also make a survival check for that.
I have Smith's tools, and I should have Tinker's tools, but I don't have carpenter.
I
If
would
I-
allow Smith's
I could
tools to be
make-
a little higher DC, but not so much so. You could make that work.
Sure.
If I could make a suggestion on how we protect our villages, what we do is we actually use a system of hidden stake walls to invite an attack so that they run into the stakes, and then we have some towers where we have archers. So perhaps, you know, we could use that system.
Did you sketch something out for them to work with?
Yeah, I think.
Yeah. Give me something to, you know, design.
Yeah, I draw a pit in the ground, like with
Oh, here,
a
there's
very,
there, if you
look
want, there's a
down to the
drawing
wall.
tool. There's a
Like,
drawing tool you can
okay.
use. Yeah, if you use the pen there,
don't
it's a
have
little
no
pencil
pen.
icon. Oh, you don't
I
have a
have
pen?
a human, a ruler that's bent, a
Dang.
target, and a ruler that's not bent,
Well, hang on
and
then.
a weird
Uh,
square. And
I'm gonna try something because I've never done this mid-game. What happened? Anything bad? Does it? Nothing bad happen?
I don't think
Nothing
so.
happened.
Nothing.
Cool.
What was he trying to do?
I'm adjusting player permissions mid-game and see if it works.
So he
I've
can
never tried.
draw a hole.
Oh, the drawing. I see.
Uh-oh.
Oh
that
shit,
do
we all got
anything?
kicked out.
You must log
Yeah,
in.
that'll do it.
We all
That'll
got
do
kicked
it.
out.
Yeah, that'll do it. It's saving the settings. That's what gets you.
Oh, okay, it's worth it if we can all draw.
Absolutely. Now you will all be able to draw.
My other question was
Oh, yeah.
Just never ever use the delete all drawings button.
Okay.
Main of death.
Delete your drawings manually.
So wait.
I don't know how to.
Oh,
delete
because
shit.
it's squared. This is the line, I
You
think.
gotta use the scribble.
Yeah. Okay, so kind of like a less steep slope
The
like
delete
that,
key
right?
will delete manually.
And then on this side is where we have like our camps. Oops, shit.
Okay.
You
I'm-
can also
Okay, so I'm gonna
control Z.
draw.
You can undo.
You can't control Z too.
Oh, thank God.
But
I
so
couldn't figure it
we
out.
have it like this where we have a very clear slope, right? But we hide the slope and we make it look like a natural hill. And we have super sharp and pointy spears inside of the pit
Hmm.
that leads to
I like to imagine you drawing this out on the ground in the dirt too.
right.
I like
a
these submerged
10-foot
missile launchers,
natural
personally.
wall.
It's so complicated.
No, they're spiked.
So then, when we have the towers on this side, which would at first seem like unprotected archer towers, when they charge into this pit with the, sharpened stakes, they are actually charging into a bunch of pikes that we do not need to have men down there to hold, and then come into a natural fortification that creates a wall.
Sure.
Whoa.
I'm not super good with camouflage, so I might call on you for that, but I'll see what I
Yeah.
can do. So,
Did your clan build this a lot?
Well, wherever we go, we have to constantly be afraid of, larger creatures and raiders attacking us. And we find that the best way to avoid this is to be hidden. But if you are hidden and somebody finds you, they like to study you, find out a lot about you. So if you look like you can be attacked right away, they won't be careful about it. They'll fall right into your trap and you will have the advantage.
what stat
Oh,
would I add
wow.
to the, if any, to the Smith's Tools roll?
In
Is
this case, you could use strength because you're using it to actually like build and like construct things, or con. Either would work.
I mean,
Okay.
I want to help out. If I can just give a help action to this beautiful thing.
I think I fixed the link in the camp design thing to show you the buildings here because while you guys don't have a lot of like resources coin-wise, you can theoretically work some of these buildings, at least work towards building some of these buildings through these various checks like this.
Unlucky.
So we'll say with that, it's going to use the rest of your time here, but
Mhm.
you could probably muster one economic point worth of things towards a building. So what building were you trying to build? Let's see, like trying to build like a defensive structure, which
Yeah.
could you use the stats of like a watchtower for essentially. And you know what? Because of the special nature of it, I'll because of the clever usage of the terrain there, I'm going to reduce this particular watchtower down to a 3 EP total cost because you're incorporating the terrain with the special usage of Casper's expertise there instead of a 5 EP cost. So you're 1/3 of the way towards building that watchtower defensive structure to adding that to your building, and I'll make a note of that right. On this camp screen, in fact, I'll put it right here.
Can I not like
1/3.
have given Ward like help and then thus given him advantage into building it?
Yeah, go for it.
All right.
You not too late. You can roll another one. Roll another check.
This isn't March's
minute.
endurance. It's better.
Hang on. Are you? Well, it doesn't matter. But actually, I would have clarified if you have to have some relevant skill to be able to aid him with.
Okay.
So you would have had to have a skill that could have helped, but it didn't matter regardless. So no need to like check. But even like survival would have worked to help. So
Yeah, I have a +7 to survival, so
yeah,
it
you
worked out.
absolutely could have. So it doesn't. So at that point, 1 of 3
Good for next time.
EP built towards Watchtower. Reduced price. Wow. So I don't forget why it's like, why did I say it's 3? And then
Why
I
now?
like yell at you later. It says 5 in the book. You're cheaters. And then I, we'll avoid that argument. But there we go. The structure is on its way.
Hell yeah.
But is anything else anything anyone else is doing with the rest of their first night at camp? Also, do you still want this diagram here? Or do you
I mean,
I think
I think it's all right. We can get rid of the diagram.
oh,
you got it.
Justin's not in the call anymore.
Oh, it's true.
Justin, no.
It's okay.
voted.
Oh, there you
The
go.
diagram.
I was like,
The
it was his
diagram served its
drawing.
purpose. It served its purpose. It got the
Yeah.
it got the DC or the mount down,
Yeah.
and now it's
Okay.
gone.
I can't do anything because I already tried to help Ward, so it's everyone else.
I will just be walking the perimeter with my nose in the air, keeping my sniffer on the wind, searching for any signs of trouble.
Absolutely.
That trunk is so high up.
Can I?
Like a periscope.
Mhm.
I'm a submarine, baby.
So I, one, am good at hiding and being rogue-y, despite not being rogue, as you guys have noticed before. I am also proficient with and have a disguise kit, and also proficiency in survival. Can I leverage all this knowledge, I guess, to try to make the while Ward is making the actual smithing structure bullshit, can she start making the fake covering? The thing
Like,
that's
trying to
intended to
like
make it
a-
look like the
hide,
thing
like a
that goes
facade.
over the pikes. Yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm.
facade
Like
to try
her
to hide
making like a
those
sod
items.
weave net thing that looks convincing enough because she's proficient in survival and disguise kits.
Survival, and then I would say because of your disguise kit there, because of the double, that'll give you advantage. Wow. Wow.
Nice.
Cool. And like while she's doing this, Feather is constantly trying to help and making it more difficult, and she'll get one section of the weave done, and then Feather immediately cats and rolls around in it and fucks it up, and she's has a fit. But every now and then, if she's trying to cut through something, Feather will belch some acid onto it and help. So Feather's helping as much as hindering, I guess,
That's so precious.
just for flavor.
Oh shit, really good.
It's good
You
enough.
managed to get a fair bit of facade built up, and you think that will temporarily increase the security of the camp while it is there, essentially.
Sure.
It's useful for this spot, essentially. While the camp is in this spot, it works. But you'd have to rebuild the facade for a new spot, so it'd be camouflaged appropriately. But yeah, it's a pretty good thing. For that, we'll say
Don't
plus
say I
one
didn't help.
bonus. Well, plus 1 bonus to your military score while you have that going.
I
know
also
that might not make sense what that means, but I know what it means. That's what's important.
Great.
Shit.
Influences events in the background of the game, essentially.
if possible,
Well, yeah, it could come to the foreground.
I
but you
think
get-
Pabs also wants to help in the construction of this. Anything to make his rests more safe and sound. He's pretty down for that. So this thing sounds like it needs a lot of digging. Sounds like it needs some wood cut for some towers. And despite being a slinky little shit, he's very muscular, so he can do those things pretty well.
Trying to contribute to get more progress towards the watchtower being built.
Yeah.
That you'd have to gather some materials. So that's trying to gather enough materials to work with. So go ahead and how are you planning on doing that? You could do survival here if you wanted to, or if you had other ways.
Sure. I mean, I'm not great at it, but let's just try.
Yeah, survival could work.
I'd like to help out and give him some guidance.
Oh. Well, roll that guidance because you're on a gradient here.
Oh shit.
All right, let's go. 1d4, baby.
Just let him
Oh.
know what type of wood is actually easier to gather, will make better working materials and stuff like that.
Yeah, absolutely. So, with that, with your
It's a 5, baby.
added efforts for the rest of the night, I would say that gets you roughly about to the 2 out of 3 mark on the watchtower.
If it keeps me sleeping soundly, I'll help out as much as I can.
And like at this point, just kind of describe what that looks like. Most of the towers have been erected, so that provides a little bit of like narrative benefit where people can like see out and people can like look out. But the pit is still being constructed and the spikes are being put in place. That's gonna take a little bit longer, but it's almost there. You've almost got enough effort mustered towards that.
Nice.
Actually, yeah, you're good.
Thought you were gonna be extra nice.
No, I was gonna make something.
Well, let
up,
me make an argument real quick, Oog. Can I argue, since I'm gathering materials, that could be a strength survival?
Ooh.
Yes, but how much would that change it?
It would change it to a 25.
And it rolls a 5. You know how that
Ooh.
works. So.
Oh wait, no, it might not. Never mind, it might not. I think I only have an 18. Nope, I have a 20 strength. 25.
25 with a 25. That's a pretty admirable number.
Wait, 26.
26. Wow.
Because it's
true,
minus
you have
1.
minus
Oh,
1.
true.
That's right. It'd been 26. With that,
Doesn't matter. Income's 5.
thanks to all the materials you gather, you're able to complete the construction of this watchtower setup. This watchtower is a little bit unique in that it will require a little extra setup in the future of making a future expedition camp or other setup, but it provides functionally the same benefit. So that is watchtower built. Easy, which I think is a +1 military. And maybe something. Oh, it says right here actually. And plus, and -1 to economy. By the way, probably should have mentioned this. Manning these defensive buildings means at the end of the week you got to put about 1,000 gold into it. Probably should have mentioned that. You don't have to operate the tower, mind you, but to gain the benefit, you have to man it and staff it and.
I built this tower, but I put a gate on it saying do not enter. I'm not paying you.
I will not pay you.
If you cross this threshold, you are not getting paid for it.
Paywall.
It's just us manning it. No one else.
But you'll get other buildings eventually that can generate EP, and then you can kind of offset the balance of like how much the EP's draining, how much it's going up. But
Cool.
the tower is yes, built.
Oh, incredible.
And there, I'll put the building there. Ooh, what happened? There we go.
1,000 gold.
See, many hands make light work.
It's true.
Do we know like what our initial stats are? Like, did we have any economy to
Yes.
start with, or is it just -1?
The EP has all been used to get you this far,
Okay.
but the other stats, I may not have put that out there. Oh, you have your starting prosperity, which is 2, which I think is the only thing you would start with. Yes, because your influence is calculated by your other stats. Yes, correct.
So now we have 1?
Now you have 1 what? EP?
Yeah.
You have 0 EP.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you have 0 EP because you use it all to essentially build the faction representative building. And then you guys put all this effort in manually to get enough EP mustered to build this tower. Yeah,
Sick.
absolutely.
That's awesome. I feel like
Yeah,
it's
I mean,
worth
if
it.
it helps you all sleep better, Feather and I can just post up at the top of the tower and take turns.
Oh yeah, I'll feel better with the dragon watching over us. Yeah.
I know probably someone else needs to weave in there somewhere, but And Feather is still a baby, so probably not very useful.
I'll help keep watch.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can also jump in, but I'm gonna take the standard rate.
I could just go talk to Varen instead.
We got it built. It's a good thing. But yeah, manning it might take some other work.
I think Varen really likes us, so I'm okay with him watching us sleep.
That, I'm all for team friendly. Maybe don't do that. Maybe don't let that happen.
I'll do my best to keep her busy at night.
Nice.
That was a joke. I have no chance.
Don't put yourself down like that.
No, she was.
No, you should.
I fucking the quartermaster, and he's like an 8 out of 20 at best.
I think you'll love it if you just can get some alone time with her.
You have everything on the quartermaster. Come on now.
Ladies really like pets.
Mm-hmm.
Like what now?
Pets. He points to Feather.
No, you point to Janice.
Give that bitch a horse. Just love horses. Shut up. She's a horse girl.
Please
Pam
correct
just
where you're
shows
pointing.
up with
Bring her
the
some
ring.
fucking Uggs and a Starbucks and see how far it gets you.
Yes. You have a Twitter
You
that's
come
all
trotting
horse. Yes.
Irresistible.
Reins in one hand.
Old Spice guy.
Like fuck me eyes. Like,
Braided.
yeah, you know the horse. You want it.
He braided Janice's hair.
Oh, I braided Janice's
Maybe
hair.
I actually will go talk to her for just a minute and then cry myself to sleep afterwards.
Jesus.
That was also a joke. Bye. She's going to marry.
Yeah. And you guys, just so you know, you have a private space here to set up a tent, set up storage, whatever you want to do here. If you do plan to use any storage things, let me know, and I can get you a storage token for leaving any gear you want to leave at camp.
Yeah, I
In
have
fact,
one
I will
of those.
leave I will leave, in fact, a general storage token for everybody. General camp storage that everyone can access, and if you want a private one, then let me know. But here is the general camp storage one. Nope, that's a folder. I'm trying to make that fucked it up. Hang on. Duplicate. And storage.
Oh, beautiful.
And then we'll call this camp storage. Everyone. Cool. Perfect. Look at there. Then everyone should be able to see that and then put things in it, within its inventory. And then if you need a private one,
I'm gonna start loading it up.
Yeah. Getting rid of everything I don't need.
Damn, true.
it's a good idea because carry weight important, and if you want to bring stuff back, you want to have a light pack essentially. So only carry what you need. That's for sure important.
Is it bedroll important?
If you need comfortable sleep, yeah. It depends on if you put.
And-
Well, yeah, probably.
Yeah. That's what I'm thinking. Like, oh, are we going to be able to go back to camp every time? Probably not.
Yeah, probably not. You'll be going like multiple miles away. Just this expedition alone is gonna be 20 miles away from camp, and then who knows what's gonna happen out there. And
Do I need 10-pound rope? That's the real question.
You never
rope's
know.
always useful.
No, we
You
have
never
Baba
know.
Booey.
We have
Two
the
shoes.
buoy. The Baba
That's a lot of
Booey.
fucking rope.
You can also have the stronger characters carry things if they want to.
Like
Exactly.
Baba Booey and his 100 feet of rope.
Here, carry
Him.
more rope.
I'm but a humble
Start weaving
druid. I
more
will hang
shoes.
all of this on an elephant.
We'll just keep wrapping your legs up in more and more rope until we have all the rope we could ever need.
I'm just designing new shoes for you, really.
It's gonna knit you a sweater out of hemp rope.
Exactly.
It weighs like 40 pounds.
You're
It can be
wearing all
taken
rope,
apart with
baby.
a single like a single knot untie, so you can use it
Dude.
at any time. Quick deploy.
You're practically
pull
wearing
away
gimp
clothes.
gear.
Yeah.
It's a BDSM
Practically.
shit. You're welcome, Baba
Important.
Booey.
How did you know my kink?
That bar,
Oh, wonderful.
stop.
I have this feeling that Baron is into the same thing, and I don't know fuck about shit, so maybe you can just, coach me through nuts and stuff.
They have to get really thick ropes, like to hold you up on stuff, though. So
Yeah, she seems fairly nimble, so I would use thick rope.
Oh, hell yeah.
After consent.
Yeah, ask Varen what she's into, okay?
Yeah, consent is gangster.
I can babysit if you need it.
No, Feather is like my wingman in this situation.
You're gonna let the kid watch?
No, that
Oh,
is-
no.
Fucked up.
Sorry, you are like 3 steps ahead of me. I'm just working up the
Okay.
courage to talk to her.
Okay. Fair
You're
enough.
really jumping the gun there.
I just believe in you. I believe in your game.
Great. Okay, here we
Oh.
go.
As you mosey on over.
fucking wobble
Hell
legging
yeah,
her way
dude.
over. Her charisma score drops by 5 just from her gait.
She is currently
come on.
examining the mounts that have been brought out from various of the individuals here. Don't think Janice is over there because Janice is probably always with Pabs, but some other horses and such. She's checking on. She's like kind of
She's not
examining
with the
them,
fucking
taking some
commoners.
notes.
Horse.
And she turns to you and hi. Did you have something to report?
I spent the last while just thinking of coming over here, and I never actually took the time to think about what to say. So, are you from Ashura?
Yes.
Great. I'm not. I don't know anything about it, except everyone there sucks. Except for you,
Oh.
you know. I mean, I don't know. Maybe you. It doesn't matter. And she's gonna like flustered, like reach like under her little like piled up like shemagh cloak thing, and she's gonna pull out like a little leather twine necklace that has like a little canine tooth on it. It says, "This is my tooth from when I was a baby. I got this from my mother."
Oh, actually, that's fascinating. I have this, and she pulls out. I don't know why I'm still whispering when I describe things. She pulls out a small. It looks like, kind of looks like her horn, but a smaller version. Just this fell off one time when I was young. It regrew, but I still carry it around.
Oh, that's crazy. My tooth regrew too. Samesies.
It's,
We're like so alike, you and I. You know, so much in common. I had teeth as a baby. You had horns and such.
pretty much the same thing.
Wow.
I'm
So how do you feel about
follow,
cats?
actually.
More of a cat person or like a dog person?
Dogs usually, yeah.
Yes, I sure, I get that. Lots of people are dog people. That's fine. That's cool. No problem. You know, Feather isn't like really a cat. You know, she's more like a dragon, like a wyvern type thing, I think. I mean,
I hear wyverns are basically just big puppies.
yeah, she's way more like a puppy than a cat. Honestly, she just wants puppies all the time. Like, want me to carry her around, like, like on my back. Like
Yeah,
those,
so
what do they call them? Drop bears.
what do you know about Feather here? Just curious. She kind
I
of
know I
like
was
reaches
in
towards her
the-
notebook.
Wrong place at the wrong time, and the Blood Rangers had this egg. I saw them put it into a thingy with a bunch of carcasses around it. Opened eggs with little corpses hanging out of them, and I didn't care, so I tried to vamoose, but they had locked in the warehouse before I could leave, so I was trapped in there, and it was kind of cold. And I noticed that the egg was giving out a bit of a heat ripple, you know, like very warm. So I did what anyone would do, what any, dog would do, for example. And I cuddled up to the egg, and lo and behold, I don't know, Feather thought it was comedic timing or something, and hatched and saw me, and I guess there's some kind of mental thing going on. Like, I feel what they feel me. We can speak to each other, that whole thing. And apparently,
so you
if
were going to take this egg.
no, I was following them just to see what's up. I'm not a criminal or anything. I was just curious,
I used
like
to
a
be.
like a dog, like dogs are.
It's funny. I used to be a criminal.
Oh, really? I would have never guessed. That's incredible. You should tell me more about it, like at length.
Yeah, well, it's not super important, but what is important that this thing you came across this creature. This is
Okay.
why Retort has sent you on this task.
Right, because it is imprinted on me or something, and apparently I'm imprinted onto it, but I don't really buy it. But if anything happens to me, Feather is gone, and if anything happens to Feather, Redort kills me, so we're kind of inseparable, like literally.
Interesting.
It is crazy, huh?
What do you know of the others? Well, let's start with the one who wears the cat on his head. He's kind of an unknown, right?
Oh, the people that are with it. Oh, I forget those people exist when I'm around you, Yeah, he's like weird. He knows how to make traps and stuff. And like, he's apparently good at hiding. I don't know. I've never seen him. Maybe he's that good at it. Who knows?
That's all you know.
I just sort of ignore him, but I guess it's like the best way to be sneaky.
Well, what if it'd be helpful if you found out more, we could talk more about him and have more to talk about.
Well, wait, why do you want to know about him?
I want to know about everybody, remember?
Some kind of like particular interest into him, though? Like you really singled him out.
No, remember, I get to know about everybody. It goes in my journal.
Sure. I mean, I could tell you more about me. You could just get to know me like really well.
Yes, but also the others.
But like, like who's more important? Like we've kind of made this bit of a bond here, like with the tooth and the horn thing.
What if
You
we
like
talk
dogs?
what if we talk like 60% about you, 40% about them,
About like them collectively.
individually?
So like 8% each of them, and then like 60% me.
No, like from each time we talk about them, we shift the conversation like 40% of the time towards others.
It kind of kills the mood,
Well, it
Talking about
kinda
other
turns-
people when it's just you and me.
It
And I
kinda
could like
makes
go to the
me more in
people
the
and get
mood.
fine. It'd be great.
So, I mean, I guess if you don't want to get me in the mood, fine. Just consider yourself.
Okay, I'm just going to shoot my shot. You want to fuck or something?
Not if you're going to be like that.
What is that like too forward? Because like I was super nervous a moment ago, but he's gone. I'm just kind of down now,
Any good relationship is built on trust. And right now, it feels like you don't trust me.
I showed you my baby tooth.
But you refuse to tell me about your other people here. I just want to know about them.
Oh, sure. Okay, fine. Just let me give you the rundown. Don't know her name. Moving on. Cat's head guy. Like I said, don't really pay attention to him. Credit where it is due. Then there's Babby Boo. Big guy. To get a rope on his feet. Super useful. He's one of those drunk people. Then there's the big cow.
I think that's racist.
Which one?
I don't think they like to be called that.
What, the drunk people?
Right, I don't think that's a cool term.
Okay, well, whatever the fuck he is. That thing. Then there's the cow guy. I think he's something to do with the gem wizards. Or the artifice people? I don't know, I'm not from here. And then there's Babs. Babs is kind of cool.
You see her just kind of look past you, and she's quickly losing interest.
Yeah, Babs, we talked, at length. He's, someone mentioned something about an Archon door, and he got all clammy, and so I kind of picked up on that, and, I figured if anyone here is going to help me feed Feather, it's, going to be him, so I've been kind of siding with him. Yeah, he's something against
She
Archon
walks
doors,
off.
I don't know. I could... Fuck.
Where are you, Pabs?
I was just hanging around. I was doing my labors.
She a little whiles in to this, you are approached by Varen. She walks up to you. and
He
says,
is just checking to see if she's like going for a weapon.
No, she's just casually walking up and, hi.
Hi.
I was just talking to your friend, the Baxi.
Fuck.
Okay.
Do you
So you
remember
told
her
me.
Can I try to
name?
overhear this?
I think I forgot it. Yeah, make a stealth check to not be noticed, then perception check to overhear it. If you would, those are the 2 checks there.
Holy shit.
Super sneaky.
Get the fuck out of my way.
Yeah, you can't be heard. And you're like,
Jesus.
yeah, this is perfect. It's just you're just invisible, like overhearing all of this perfectly.
Fuck, I need to know what she's saying to him.
What was her name?
Why does she
again? I
care about
forgot.
him?
Her name was Song.
Ah, easy. Remember, gotcha. I'll try to. But
Yeah, that's how
I
it
was
worked for me.
curious. I was curious about you, Pabs.
Song's not gonna like to hear that.
Well, you're fascinating. You seem like a people person.
I'm not really fascinating.
Well, maybe you've heard some fascinating things.
Now that's more like it.
Well, maybe you could start by telling me of our expedition mates. I do love a good bit of gossip.
Not for nothing, but if we're gonna have this sort of relationship, there's gotta be a little bit of give and take. So, first, I'll give you some information, and maybe you can give some to me.
Sounds fair.
Okay.
Fuck, they have a relationship. He's the giver, she's the taker. Fuck.
No.
It's like I'm clawing into a post on the side.
Now, I heard about your little problem. Apparently you have real sticky fingers. That's great. I respect that. Just maybe, just as a partner, you just tell me if you find anything interesting if your sticky fingers come across anything.
Yeah, I can do that.
Another thing. Well, there. I can give you information. Tit for tat.
Yeah, exactly. If I find any valuables, I'll offer them up for trade. But to start this off, how about... Well, got any good offers to make? I can tell you something about... Well... What are you curious about?
I'm not curious about much, but I am worried. I heard about other proclivities that you have. Some describe it as wet work. I don't know if Song would be interested in that, but I just ask. Maybe you keep it away from my group, at least until we get the big fucking rock.
Well, I'll tell you my opinion on that. If you tell me what you know of your companions here, the other officers of this expedition, why were they chosen by Rador or Vofu? What did they possess?
Now, I hate to disappoint, but I'm not privy to all of that just yet. But if you want, I could maybe try to get some of that.
Do you know who would be?
Who would be? As of right now, no, I don't.
Get back to me when you do, and we can continue this chat.
Naturally.
She stands she kind of like backs away and just kind of smiles and gives you a bow. It's been good meeting with all of you, of course, but I believe our relationship will prosper if we continue working together.
I always enjoy to hear that.
And she wanders off back to her original position where her tent is, which is over yonder. Oh, I can't move her. There we go.
Song's gonna take the long way around and rejoin the group.
The hour is getting quite late at this point. You said you're keeping watch, kind of doing patrols there, Babar?
Yep.
Go ahead and make a perception check as you're doing the rounds.
Perception. Do. That's terrible.
I'm just stealing all of the good dice rolls for just the stupidest shit.
Yes. So as you're walking along, you're kind of keeping your trunk up in the air, as it were, kind of sniffing out for any danger, and you don't seem to notice as you come down like by under a low-hanging tree, and there happens to be a few flying bees nearby. You snort one of them, and it stings on the inside of your trunk, and you start to flop it out, and you eventually crush and squish it out, but it distracts you for a moment, takes you a little aback.
Oh my nose.
You don't seem to notice too much else about any potential dangers you might have spotted or other things to worry about. But your nose hurts now. So,
Just gonna cradle my nose in my hand.
and around this time, you hear a bell that just kind of rings out to the radius of the area of the camp, and it's "Dinner's ready" from one of the various cooks here. Seems this general camp mess is being served. Quite late, but they had a lot of work to do, of course.
I'm gonna go get food, but
Yeah,
first,
let's
I'm
go.
gonna, do they have a vegetarian option?
They do. There are some races that, in fact, can't eat meats, so they have options for both.
Yeah, I will take the vegetarian option.
Yeah, just to kind of give you an idea of what it looks like. It looks like 2 perpetual stews have been made, which if you're familiar with the concept, if you know what I'm talking about, but if you're not, what this is essentially it is a big pot that you constantly keep hot, and you just keep adding food and stew to, and keep adding things, keep adding vegetables, keep adding broth, keep adding waters, and you just keep doing that, and you can keep it up at a certain temp, it'll never theoretically go bad. And yeah, that's what they mostly serve. And there's a meaty stew and a not meaty stew. And you know, you can even grab a little bit of both if you want to kind of like get some more veggies in your meat stew. It's a great variety. It smells good though for what it is. It's tasty
Campfire
smelling stew.
surprise.
Yeah, exactly. But as you all kind of gather around for the dinner, the warm atmosphere of the camp is only there in temperature from the fire. Everyone is still cold and distant to each other. There isn't a lot of connections being made. Morale is not super cheery or high. It's just a little bit of low grumblings. A few cliques have formed here and there. Not a lot of what's it called? Camaraderie yet.
Are there drums around?
Yeah, there'd be some musical instruments here and there.
Can I
Oh, for
use
sure.
my proficiency in playing drums to like give a little bit of campground music?
Absolutely. Make a performance check or a drum check, which, by the way, drum check's more appropriate here, but if you have proficiency in a tool and you got that at level 1 specifically, if you got that proficiency at level 1, you start with that tool set, that toolkit.
Oh, okay. And I-
Important to know.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Only if you got it at
your
level
starting
1.
class
though.
or your race or your background. Yeah.
Background, yeah.
I don't have.
But I can give you a
drums
drum.
with me. Yeah,
Just
okay,
to,
cool.
well, actually, you can grab a drum pretty easily by going to the top right and going to the scroll icon where it says Compendium Packs, and then
See.
scrolling down to DDB items, and that's where you'll be able to find. Should be able to find a drum kit in there or a drum in there.
ACD.
DDB items like dungeon. Yep, there you go. Gotcha.
D&D
Cool.
Beyond.
Damn, these tools heavy. Might
Yeah.
leave those in camp while I don't use them.
But while you do that, everyone else, you're kind of gathering here, and you kind of hear the drums begin. It's still like in the setup phase. Like he's setting up the drums, he's like tapping on them, like getting them to go. So you see like a performance is getting ready to go, but it's not quite time. So while you guys are seeing that, the food is being served. Anything else anyone want to join?
If this is before the food, no. But afterwards, I'm going to try to set up a cards table. And he's already got his deck out. He's like running through the cards.
Oh,
Ooh, nice.
Absolutely. As you start, a few other musicians start to like see you starting to put down a vibe, and they too get involved. And as the music starts to pick up, the atmosphere starts to get a little better as you slide out your deck of cards and your game station. A lot of the expedition members are kind of like looking at each other and just like, something going on over there. As they start to gather, crowds are beginning to form. A little bit more noise is coming out, and you hear from a dwarven individual, "Oh, well, if we're getting ready for a party, we got to crack into the booze," as he like starts dragging out this huge keg.
You know what? I'm gonna try to join in with my bird pipes.
I'll help the dwarf.
Make a
Obviously.
performance check.
He
Which I
has
will
the
say,
bird pipes.
Casper, your drumming is rhythmic. It is leading the timepiece of this whole instrumental piece going forward, and
Why,
it is
dice?
doing
My
quite
nose still
well.
hurts.
But as you hear discordant from a like a weird sound of bird pipe you didn't think it'd make, as chunks of bee that was still stuck up in there gets ejected out of the end of the pipe. The music continues, and the atmosphere only it gets a little more rambunctious. You see, some people are there to gamble, some people are there to drink, and now even a few people are starting to gather around for just a little wrestling match that is starting to break out in the crowd. Little people are just kind of brawling and wrestling around in the mud. It's a great time.
Okay. As a circle of the shepherd, I invite like I don't know, like kind friendly animals to kind of like join in, and then there's like birds to add to the music and like whatever.
I think where
Disney
like the
princess
little
style.
animals come, like the
Yes.
Disney princess squirrels and like little bulls
Yes,
come out of the ground and
friend.
the birds. Feather is losing it and is trying to kill,
Chasing them.
catch, and eat as
Me
many
and
of them as
Janice are
possible.
smoking snuff together.
Absolutely. And the
But
night
yes.
continues much in this manner, and while the festivities kind of push forward, Varen shifts over to you, Babar, and says hello.
How may I help you?
I've just been making my rounds. I'm a little nervous and a little new to this whole thing, but I just wanted to try to understand the other officers a little bit, so I knew I'd be working with. Is there anything you could tell me about you?
I hit things really hard.
I imagined with the muscles, the elephant body.
Were there any other questions?
Anything you would share about your companions? Or why did Fofo choose you? Is it just because you're also a Loxodon? Is it some sort of thing like the Gemstone Wizards got going on?
I figure if you want to know anything about them, you should probably talk to them.
And for yourself, why were you sent here, do you know?
To help stop the maddening.
Okay, yeah, makes sense. Nothing else, huh?
What other reasons would I need?
Oh, just maybe not your reasons you needed or had, but reasons Fofu had? Anything?
You are
Yeah,
quite the nosy individual.
Well, I just like to know who I'm working with.
How about any information you need that would be pertinent to what we are doing? That I will answer.
Gotcha. Well, I thought why you came out here was pertinent, but fair enough.
Just gonna stare down.
she looks at you and she kind of just slumps down, a little disappointed at the stone walling there that she has run into. She doesn't look like she's going to pursue that for now as she walks away, and then kind of rejoins the center of the camp, taking a flagon of mead from the dwarf who's like been handing them out to people, and just sits down a little upset about her general something, who knows, as she sips away. She sits there pondering, but the rest of you have a moment before the night's end as it starts to get closer and closer.
My man's getting sauced. Like, the one time he's not going to be quite as uptight is when the dwarf comes out. And he's just all about that.
Absolutely.
That being
as-
said, sorry, as like the night goes on, you can tell he's kind of the weepy drunk. Like, you know, his daddy issues start to rise to the surface a little bit, you know? Never said he's proud of me. Just, you know, the dwarf just confiding in him like uncomfortable levels of personal information.
You're like sitting next to the dwarf, and like he's like at your table, your little your game table here, Pabs, and like lurching over this dwarf who's drinking and trying to roll dice. There's just this billowing bull who's just crying a little bit tears, just like remember. I don't know your dad, son, but I'm sure he's very happy with you. Now blow on these dice.
And I tell you what, if I win this hand, I'll be your daddy. Just blow on his dice for me. I'll be real proud of you, son.
Wait, why are you blowing on his dice?
Because I'm gonna win.
Not if I have anything to say about it. Cards
dice.
after.
Cards. And the dice hit the ground, and the games continue. The night continues. The festivities continue until you all eventually find rest within the camp. The next morning comes all too soon, especially those who partook in the alcohols to a large degree. It is now Sunday, everyone's favorite day, the Lord's Day. Let's see.
Today's
Get us
day.
back to. Nope, that put us off of Sunday. Does this work? No, still doesn't. I don't
It
understand.
is now Moon Day. Now
And
back
still,
to Sunday.
Still back to Sunday. You all kind of wake up roughly around 8 in the morning ish. For whoever has the time orb, you can tell it's day. It's morning
Oh, yeah.
time. Because it doesn't tell you. It's not a digital clock. It just tells you which morning, which can be useful. But morning. Dawn.
Alternatively, look up.
Trying to look up.
It's
It tells you how far it is in between day and midday, so you can kind of like eyeball it.
You just
Well,
look
then let
at
me know.
fucking east.
Yeah,
Bitch.
that's true.
Look, as the orb of time holder, I require an exact time.
Well, if you ever want an actual exact time,
Get a
that
watch.
orb. Get a better orb. Get a,
Oh,
Get an orb of time
shit,
plus
fuck. The orb just says morning-ish. Fuck.
morning-ish, like 25% through. It says it in percentages, like
Not
25%
nighttime.
through the morning. You know,
It's like,
whatever that
okay.
means.
Look into it and it just says brunch. Like,
Brunchish.
It's
like a magic
It's
ball.
pancake
time.
meal. It's like breakfast.
You could comfortably eat bacon. That's all it says.
Which is the most ambiguous possible
Ridiculous
time.
yeah. Always able to. You might get it at 3 a.m. too, where it's like it's a good time to eat bacon. And it's like, well, yeah. Okay.
Oh fuck. Unfortunately, it's always a good time to eat bacon, so that
That's
doesn't
true.
tell me actually what time it is.
Exactly. That's the problem. But the next morning's upon you, and now, as the leaders of the expedition, it is your decision to make how you traverse from here in the Night Stalker stretch, as it were. Oh, I'll let you guys jump back over to the camp screen if you ever want to. I'll give you access to it. Should be able to click over like the player screen now. But for this screen, here's where you are. And look, there's the camp. It's a symbol of it. It's great. Now it's under you. Hang on. Now you're under it. Let me move the camp. Perfect.
Great. Okay. And looking to go about 20 miles north.
20 miles north of the campsite was the
Bug.
which this doesn't count. There we go.
Yeah.
So from 20 miles from there would see you there. You can travel. You guys have any mounts besides our mounted lad? No. If we're going on foot, that's gonna be a normal pace at 3 miles per hour, 4 miles per hour at a fast pace, and 2 miles per hour at a slow pace.
10 hours. That's a bit of a trek.
well,
Isn't everyone excited to go see a bug about some juice?
Yeah, but like walking for 10 hours, like out here, like Feather's feet might hurt, you know?
feathers, of course.
Or yeah.
Why don't you just ride Feathers?
Doesn't Feather
It's-
ride on you a lot of the time?
You see, you got that all
Right.
wrong. That's the wrong way to have that relationship.
I mean, maybe once I feed her, presumably Feather's going to get, big, like big. But for the time being, no.
I'm at least glad you do have some aspirations.
Oh yeah, I mean it's a fucking dragon. Come on. I mean, I know I'm like a down to earth kind of girl, but if I have a dragon, I'm never coming back down again. Fuck you. I live in the skies, and
Pretty
I
cool.
would never have sore feet again.
You know, I don't
Just
think
like,
the dart flies.
saddle burrs or whatever it is.
But you're still saying that Feather's feet are sore?
Yes, Feather's feet. I'm fine. I traverse the city barefoot all the time, but Feather, she's newborn, no calluses.
Still a dragon, though.
Yeah, but it has little beans.
How cute.
I mean, I know she just like eviscerated half of those little creatures you called the other night, but she's still a baby, so.
Is there so we're going to the bug juice dealer. Do we know, like, is there a settlement around there, or is he like just himself out
He's
there?
a weird moonshiner living in the woods kind of thing.
Got it.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Fun.
Do
Bug
any of you?
juice is illegal in a naughty culture.
I don't want to run into him too gung ho, considering he's probably the jumpy kind. So
Do any of you happen to speak dragon? No, just me. Right.
Is that some sort of flex? Do you speak Goblin?
No, I was just hoping that maybe if you speak dragon, I could offload Feather onto you, like hopefully if Babyboo spoke it or something, he could just carry her around.
I mean, if you want.
What languages do dragons speak?
Dragon.
They speak
Just dragon?
Draconic.
Only draconic?
Draconic, yes.
Well,
Hmm.
I mean, if you want, I think Janice and her will probably understand each other pretty well. Janice seems to get a point across.
Janice, she's alluded to it.
Okay, well then,
Yeah.
don't get anywhere near Janice.
Right. No, wait. I tried to keep my distance at night. I think just the other night, that last night in the city, I think she just ate like half of a horse in someone's basement. So, she has a taste for it now.
He's just going to like
It's-
shy Janice
For
away.
Janice's sake, that I keep her away from you. It's not because you're a bad influence or anything. I'm
No,
not like an overprotective mother.
I
That's
completely
it's-
understand as he's like drifting
Right,
further
I'm glad
away from you
got
from
what
where
I
they're
wanted.
walking.
Wonderful.
Everyone just walks away from Song.
Slowly.
It's a recurring theme.
Are you sure no one wants to carry Feather? I mean, she's not really soft. She's more just sharp and like she throws acid. So like, watch out for that. But like, it's kind of cute. Her beans are squishy.
He'll come over, Ward will come, and he'll just pick, like, he'll reach down with a big Minotaur hand and just lift Feather. And like,
A
Sure.
lot heavier than she looks.
yeah, like, he'll, and then two hands, like,
Yeah, the feathers are more like knives. They're
Yeah.
not featherweight. They're like
He's-
metal. She's
Hear it
fucking
scrape
dense.
against the splint plates, like.
You have to lift with
Absolutely.
her spine,
Make an animal handling check.
This is
Oh,
not
no.
gonna go good.
Make this
so jealous.
charisma animal handling just for the fun. Just as a cut of his jib.
Yeah, add a lot of charisma animal handling if you want.
Oh, hey, there you go.
Oh yeah, dude.
Oh, oh, that was painful to watch.
As it like lurches out at you with its claw. Or its tail, actually.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's gonna come at you with its tail, almost like a scorpion. Go ahead and roll. I'll
Kill me
just
to roll
it here.
feathers thing.
I got you right here. Does a it's only a 10. I don't think a 10 hits.
No, it does not.
Catches right in the chest plate, and then it doesn't go through, but it's like a barbed tail comes at you, and it wants to get it wants down.
Oh, look, you two are bonding. Wonderful.
Yeah, no, I'm not carrying that. Never mind.
Well, can I
Is
try?
it that you can't or that you won't?
Can't it be both?
Hey, I mean, if you're not capable.
It quickly like lumbers over a little like off balance because it hasn't quite grown out enough to have the balance, so it kind of like lops over like this towards you, Song, and like it's trying to climb back on your back.
Fuck, fine. Shush down. Live with the legs.
But as you all step forward into the first leg of your journey, you see before you. Well, let's get off this jovial music. 'Cause now it's morning music for morning times. Before you, the trek begins. And as is that a hands up like you have a question?
Nope, not at all.
Okay, cool. Just checking. But as you start to trek forward, you wander through the first part of this journey that it begins in an ashen and lifeless wasteland. The terrain is of thick gravel that crunches with every step. Dust fills the air and makes it feel stuffy to breathe as you start to head through this environment, and it is just almost a low visibility cloud just in front of you that you're pushing through. And it's like that for first few miles.
Once we get a ways out from camp, especially with all the dust, Pabs is gonna put on his mask, but he's also going to take the cloth off of his arms. And when he does, in just like various languages, you'll see tattooed on his arms just like crimes like battery, assault, robbery, all carved into his skin.
The dust
these
begins to
tattoos
pick up.
mean?
Oh, you see,
Oh,
all
that one says
these
battery, larceny.
are crimes.
Oh, I thought maybe it was just like a cool statement. but-
No, it's ever hear of Abadar?
No.
He's one of the
What?
gods. He and I don't really get along.
You've got to do something pretty aggressive to get that kind of attention.
Sometimes they can just be petty.
agreeing with you endangers me. So
See, like I said, Eddie.
Mhm.
This guy gets it.
But yeah, that's
Seems
his
to do
kind
have
of
a
walking.
habit of fucking
uh,
with things
the
that
dust-
you shouldn't fuck with.
The dust begins to pick up and kind of become this more abrasive, almost dust storm-like texture, where it starts to batter against you a little bit. As you start to traverse this leg of the journey, I want everyone to make a Constitution saving throw. Advantage for you masked people, Pabs.
Oh shit!
If you have like appropriate like coverings or anything you could apply there, you could have advantage on this. If you have like a
let's see.
really anything designed to protect against dust storms.
Song
Oh,
literally
hell
has
yeah,
it
nat
on the
20,
character.
baby.
Hell
My
yeah.
trunk is just staying in my mouth.
It's just now just drenched in dust.
See, do we just? Is this just this? How do we roll? Is it this the saving throw? Yeah. Okay.
Do you want me to roll for feather as well?
Oh
Yes,
no!
please, please.
Oh, true. Forgot Janice.
I don't like the edges of the board.
Not the horse.
Why did it add nothing to my con save?
Oh.
Oh my god, double 19s. Hell yeah.
That
Oh,
should be a
what the
23
fuck?
for me.
How are you rolling so good?
23 for you?
Yeah,
It's all for dumb
And
shit.
it didn't add your con. It didn't add your con.
That's so true.
it did not.
You can change up my dice, man. Though they're
I'm lucky I
screwed.
got
That's
it, man,
odd.
honestly.
Well, anyone that rolled under 14, you take 18 points of piercing and slashing damage as the wind begins to pick up into this torrent of almost blade-like slices of dust as the wind is getting quite turbulent. Hurts. If you save, you're good. You managed to endure.
Holy shit.
Feather's fucking made out of blades. This is fine.
Mhm.
Cyber
mad.
just fluffed as.
This is their ideal breathing.
No kidding.
Pulling off the Anakin Skywalker cosplay, like I ain't saying, like dying.
It's so coarse.
But
Like some-
With my health.
It's about like the 18 points is awesome because like it's about an hour of walking through this. It's just like constantly cutting you for those who aren't able to endure. It's just constantly slashing at you and it hurts. But eventually you finally break through and the dust, you're just out of it. And behind you, it's like a wall of dust and cloud and like storm behind you. But you're now out of it. You've moved past, and you are now standing at the precipice of fetid swampland that seems to persist in an eternal state of decay. But in this state, likewise, especially comparatively where you just came from, is peace and silence, and not dust storm. Don't save for the croaking of a few toads and crickets that are kind of occupying the swampland here.
Any structures?
feel-
Inside?
Make a perception check.
Or like any like noticeable landmarks, that
Yeah.
type thing.
Can I
Also
talk
some-
to a toad?
We'll get to that.
Do I smell
Oh,
any
shit, 23.
hostile creatures in the area?
Make a smell check for perception there.
Wait, can you do that? That's what crazy.
Yes. Yes, I can.
Beautiful.
Hmm.
I just want to talk to
You have
frogs.
spidey smell.
You
That
sense
is a dirty 20.
you sense something ominous. It's not in front of you where you smell it, but behind you in the dust storm. It seems like there's something just lurking at the presence edge of the dust, not breaking that boundary, but it's just outside of vision too, and it's just you smell it there, and it's just lingering there.
We're gonna like turn back and just peer into the dust storm. We
You
might have dodged a bullet walking through that.
Can I see it?
yeah. looking back, well, no, this is the smell check of the sense danger. Like, there's nothing to see.
Right.
I should say.
Okay.
So yeah, you don't. But what you see and what Pabs, you don't see much. You see swamp. But what you see, Song, just looking around for any landmarks or structures. No structures out here. This is just a desolate environment of swamplands and just other natural terrain features. Landmark-wise, you do see a particularly large pillar size or like shaped rock. It's kind of like adjacent, kind of out of the ground, almost like Pride Rock style. That kind of gives you a little perch, but other than that, nothing too fascinating.
Is there, I guess, would I be able to see any signs of like wildlife, like any large, like broken branches, like something had passed by that, like basically not looking for small shit. She doesn't give a shit, but anything that'd be like big enough to potentially be a threat, or like drag marks near the water to see if alligators, things like that.
Yeah, like you would like you don't see anything like noticeably large and threat other than like some signs of like what might be like alligator dwellings and stuff like that. So nothing like too crazy from what you can tell in this particular part. This particular set of the swamp does seem relatively safe comparatively to that dust storm you just walked through.
In any case, I wouldn't go near the water. There are signs that there are predators there, but I don't see any prey, so they might be a little desperate. Just give the water a wide berth,
Avoid the dust, avoid the water. Easy peasy.
Yeah, really. I'm surprised the rest of you came down here with nothing to like protect your faces,
Looking like I just got out of a knife fight. I look at you and I'm just like, I have noted the mistake.
I am fine.
Pabs is still affected because it was still dusty from the last time he was down here and he never cleaned it.
Cough up a little blood. Just like, I don't think I'm okay.
Do you not have does your fucking cat head thing not cover your face?
No.
Just tie the claws
No,
around
it's
his
like
neck.
a
hood. Fair enough.
But as we're
In a jungle, not a desert.
moving forward, the swamp gives way to a hillside, which another hour or so passes. Here, atop of which is a ruined stone tower that is really just a pile of bricks at this point. The hillside, however, still provides quite the view, and just at the edge of the horizon of your view sits the described hut of the Anati Bug Juice Brewer, and you can see it just on the edge there based on how it was described to you. Seems your objective is quite close, just a little bit further if you want to press on.
Thank the gods above.
Are we just going to like roll up on him, or you want me to scout it out or something?
That's a good
Maybe
idea.
Casper and I.
Sure.
We don't want to spook him, like I said. I mean, worse yet, if this is illegal, it could be trapped, so...
All right.
Yeah, go check him out. Make sure he's on the up and up. And then let him know we're on our way. Make sure it's all safe.
Great. You guys watch Feather. She can be a handful and not here.
Yeah.
Let's go, Casper.
Just walking up.
Exactly. So as you start to lurch
Saunter.
closer, saunter forth, I'll show you just where you are.
What a shithole, right?
And you see, like, these are like very makeshift, like stone walls that are kind of reinforced. It looks like a wooden frame has been built, and then like some like sort of makeshift concrete-like substance was made, but it's almost waxy in substance. That's kind of been used to seal it. But there's fish.
Why am I small? You trying to say
Pretty
something?
nice.
I didn't make you small. You did.
So he has like his own little like fish farm.
What the fuck?
And do this.
Little kitty.
That's impressive. I like that. It's got a fish farm. That's pretty cool.
But I believe 2 of you were scouting up because some of you were at the hill. So 2 of you said you were scouting forward. So whoever would like to can start moving. Whoever was scouting could move forward. And if you wanted to go, you could tell them you want to go, of course. Scouting.
Do you want to like stay together, or do you want to kind of take left, right, pincer, spread out?
I think that we should probably both go in together because I'm kind of messed up.
Wait, are you just going to the front door?
Yeah, why not? This guy's expecting us, right?
Maybe we should like go separately. Maybe that just
He's already at the door.
look for when you're a psychopath.
You can actually click that door if you want to try to open it. And if it opens, it opens. If it's locked, it'll not let you open it.
We're expected though, right? Like, or am I not remembering that right?
No, you're good.
She's trying. Is there
You
any
see-
signs of windows or anything, or am I just?
No,
Make
it
this
is.
up.
There's
Oh.
some like ventilation holes where there is like a little bit of like air being let out, some smoke's coming out. That's about it. And to the north of you, you see a pathway that goes a little deeper into the woods, and to the east of you, northeast of you, like over here, there's also a pathway. So 2 pathways here, here.
Can I
Fuck.
knock politely on the door?
You. You wait a few moments, and there's no response.
Well, if there's no response, it would be extremely rude to try and open the door.
Yeah, that'd be crazy.
Try
I'm gonna
knocking
thieves' tools
aggressively.
I'm gonna thieves tools the door.
You go.
I'm going to
thieves'
try
tool it.
knocking aggressively.
Make a thieves' tool check.
Just watching our scouts walk up and knock on the door.
Look, I tried. There's no windows. Okay.
Yeah, but it was
They're
polite.
working.
I saw.
They're working so hard.
Oh yeah, you feel the mechanism click.
Oh yeah, breaking in would be like crazy, wouldn't it? Click. Oh hey, look, it wasn't locked.
Well,
We're
actually, you
probably
push on the
allowed in.
door. It's locked now.
Ugh.
You just locked the door.
Oh yeah, I mean, now it's open.
And now you've re-unlocked it because it was already unlocked. So now you've put the mechanism back, and it is now open.
It's just through the door.
Hello?
In here, you see, well, what you see. There is
You
a
walked in.
a discarded pile of
love him.
clothing, a strange setup of brewing equipment. Looks like there's a keg here attached to this strange, large alembic-like glassware that has this big blue, greenish liquid bubbling in it, attached to another strange barrel-like device. There's a furnace over here. It's giving off a nice little bit of light where you saw the smoke coming out from too. And there's just a little makeshift bed. It doesn't seem like it's been well made. It's pretty messy in here overall.
Okay, fine. No one's home. Song's gonna turn around with some thaumaturgy. She's gonna whisper very loudly. You know what I mean? It is fine. They are not here. It's not breaking and entering. It was unlocked. I locked it and then unlocked it, and you can just come. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
But it's super fucking loud.
I'm going to sit on this makeshift bed.
Oh. Small place. Is the carpet torn or stained? Or is that
It's
just art?
torn. Yeah, it's torn. It's torn from use.
Okay.
What are you doing?
Hey, Macarena.
Janice can't get
Just
in.
like
We're
dancing
poking our
around.
head in.
Yeah,
Oh.
I'm having to move 2 tokens at once, and it's real fucking hard. So
Make this token tinier.
in
Oh,
any
that's
case,
baby.
she's gonna fucking immediately pile into this thing of clothes and nest.
How'd you move it off the grid so easily? Is there a way to do that?
Yes.
How? Oh, thank you. I thought you were just gonna yeah, there is. And then just not tell me.
I do that all the time.
Oh fuck! I
when
wish
we're
I
in
knew
the-
you could do that.
Whenever
Holy
we were
shit,
in the
that's
tiny
cool.
people bar with Roop and Rube. Yeah, Rube was actually in the chair because I just aligned to the chair.
I knew a really shitty way to do that. I know there's a quick way to do that, so that's actually awesome. So, like, for example, you see Casper, if you, like, drag yourself while you're holding yourself and you hold shift, you can actually align yourself a little bit off of the grid and move, so it's neat. It's very silly. It's a very silly, neat little thing, but that is neat.
So he's not here, right?
Doesn't seem like it.
Is there another door, or is this the whole building?
This is the whole building. You're
Can I
in
sniff
this man's
check
whole
this
domicile.
Shit. This is
So,
just booze.
are we
Does
supposed
anything
to
look out
leave?
of place?
You imagine this is bug
Uh,
juice based on context.
He's a.
Yeah.
Anyone check the ceiling? He's a spider.
Oh, what now?
Isn't he a bug?
I thought he just made bug juice.
You mean these stuff?
He's
Wait.
in a naughty, from what
Is
you
this-
understand.
Does this come from
Hey.
him?
That
From what?
is-
Does the bug man make the bug juice?
Seemingly.
It's always. Well, I assumed.
But I mean, like, does he make the bug juice or?
Like, is he juicing bugs, or like, does he produce the juice? You know, is he a bug? Are not these bugs?
Can we
They're
look around?
spider-like people.
Are spiders bugs?
You can call them bugs. No one's gonna question you.
The arachnids.
Bugs.
Oh, speaking of, this question came up completely out of context. Sorry to like side tangent, Bobby Boo. If I call you like a drunk person, is that like offensive?
I mean, I do have a trunk.
Right, like I say, hey, Bobby Boo, the drunk person. Are you like offended, or do you just not give a shit? Like it's just a descriptor.
Considering that you have not gotten my name right once since I've met you, I don't pay you any mind.
Which is, you could just correct me, you know. I could learn.
It is Babar.
Okay, fine. Babar, the drunk person. Offensive? Not offensive.
Can he call you claw
I'm-
person?
I'm not offended by it, however. I
Great.
wouldn't say that to most Loxodon.
Do you think Vofu would like have a whole shit fit about it?
I would love to see you say it to him and see what happens.
Okay, because the conversation is not important. Thank you for the clarification. Drunk person.
Can I look around the place for, like, I don't know, a sign of where he might have gone?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, looking around where exactly? Just in the building interior?
Yeah, for now, for me.
Yeah, make an investigation check to see if you find anything.
A what check?
Investigation.
Okay. Like,
Yeah.
I heard escape, and I was just like,
Make an
"Oh, what
escape
now?"
check. Escape!
Gotta go.
Thanks.
I go fast.
I hate these dice.
I love that it just spun
Unfortunate.
around on the 15.
Yeah, it's like, no, can't have it.
I'm
Not
changing
allowed.
these things.
Uh,
Bad luck.
Can I
This is a-
investigate as
oh, go
well?
ahead.
Since I wanted to
Customize
see,
our
like,
dice.
oh, is there anything off about the
Yeah, sure.
room? Or okay,
Absolutely.
cool.
I was gonna say this is a super long shot. Can Feather make a check to see if there's anything in this fucking nest of clothes that she just like
Well,
nestles
it's
and
fun.
tosses?
As she's
Hell
like
yeah.
tossing around, which a 10 was surprisingly all you really needed here. Anima, as you're watching this little creature toss about all of these clothes, you see it tosses out one piece of clothing that thumps against the wall with like a thud, and then falls to the ground. And out of it, a little journal pops out.
Hmm.
Okay, I grabbed the journal. What's in it?
You open it up and flip through the pages. This seems to be some sort of handwritten book. And what a silly question for me to ask. Does anyone speak a naughty?
Oh, you know,
Anyone take
it's
that language?
crazy. I knew a bug once. No.
If you don't speak a naughty, it'll be tough to read this, but I would say you could make an intelligence check to determine something about this thing, particularly if you don't read it.
Well, then I shall. Just on the off chance. Ooh, not
You've
bad.
heard a little bit of loose like information about the naughty language. You don't know enough about it, but based on this, it looks like it's some sort of poem book. It talks about. It uses the word for river a few times. That's all you really got.
And I show everyone else to see if they can decipher.
Yeah, I don't think anyone speaks Anadi because it's one of those options you would have had a thought to take essentially because it's not on D&D Beyond.
God damn it.
Oof.
I was just thinking, because it's a poem and it says the word river. This is the
They would just
story
have
of
a
a
cool
girl
book
who cried a
then.
river and drowned the whole world.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
We're just
See,
engaging
I
with the
had
arts.
lyrics to Rivers in the Desert from Persona, so
Oh,
again, I'm off
incredible.
base.
Does it have pictures?
Maybe there's like
No.
Is it a
And
picture book?
no.
Pictures.
It'd be like
there's like an
evil
naughty
king
Taylor Swift
standing
who's
over
writing
defeating
music.
good
That's so
enemies, you know,
cute.
just drawn out.
That was a
Kid.
visual artist.
Can other
Right.
people make the intelligence check?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna.
You wouldn't get more than she got there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's just
What was the purpose of us coming here, by the way? Who is this man? Why do we care? I don't
know.
pay
This was
I
the
thought
guy
we were
that-
getting the bug juice.
He had information.
for the. What's information though?
On the Zergax, where it might be.
Oh,
Oh.
so
The thing we have to
we're
go
here to
find.
get information, not the bug juice.
No.
No.
Though, I am taking some bug juice.
What is the likelihood that this man who knows about the Zeragax found the Zeragax and is no longer with us?
If only we could read his journal to find out.
I didn't even.
I mean, like
consider
what you're
that.
going to do, write about how, oh, I died, and then send it back home?
Can we check the
could
last
try to
pages of
find
the
him.
journal to see if there's like a drawing of a
If we
weird
care.
crystalline creature or something?
Nothing like that, unfortunately.
You. And
Uh,
he points to Casper and Song. Your trackers of some kind, yes.
I mean,
Technically a shaman.
technically a street rat, but
I
I can
like
find
that. I
things.
like that a lot.
He also points to Anima, and you are also a druid.
Mhm.
Three of you. Maybe there's something around the house that shows where he went.
Yeah. What he's doing in here is illegal, so probably might have helped to come up a little bit more slowly, because, I mean, he's probably on the run. I don't know if he saw us and ran away. I don't know if he's got a hiding spot. I don't think he's here.
I mean,
Is there
I
any?
didn't see anyone, so I'm usually pretty sharp about this kind of thing.
Is there any wildlife that I could potentially ask questions about the person's whereabouts?
Yeah, peeping around, make perception checks, see what a wildlife you might spot.
All right. I'm rolling like dog shit, so
You can do it. One of them's got to land eventually.
Looking
15.
about, you see there's not a whole lot of creatures around the interior of this building, but as you peek out, you see a few crows who are hanging out, perched atop the ceiling, just looking about. They're holding something shiny.
can I call one to me?
Make an animal handling check, yeah.
Oh shit! All right.
As you call it over and like make crow noises at it, it tilts its head and looks at you interestedly, but doesn't come over. It seems cautious. Feels like it might need a little coaxing.
Ooh, can I
Uh,
cast Goodberry?
Yeah, with that, it flutters down and lands in
You
your
can
hand.
fucking swarm.
I was gonna give the crow cocaine.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay, well,
Also an option.
I wish you had communicated the drug element.
One of these
Um,
things more expensive than the other.
Do you want to put cocaine in my good berries? Do you want?
I do.
It's already
Making
pecking away at the
great
good berries.
berries.
Okay.
Before we
Can I
commit
just-
the heinous acts of drug abuse on animals.
I mean, we're all birds of a feather. We're doing some
Sure,
insane
sure,
shit.
it's the name.
No, that is the name.
So you're saying it's perched on me?
It's like on your arm, a little clawed into your arm a little bit, pecking violently at the berries. It's hitting your hand as it pecks too, not really trying to not pierce your hand.
Okay. Hey, little guy. Have you seen? I can talk to them. I have
As you cast a spell?
No, I have what is it?
Oh, you can just
Fucking
talk to things?
Supernal
Cool.
Shepherd. I can just talk to things.
Oh,
I got
well,
it so it would force you
it
to make
says
animals.
Call at you.
Great. Do you know who lives here? Have you seen them around?
Yes!
Do you know where they've gone?
North!
What? What do you mean by that?
Call!
Oh, I'm learning so much. Could you point me in the direction of where they went?
North!
Excellent. Thank you so much. Here's an extra good berry.
Pecks away.
I
What the
just
fuck
let it
just
fly.
happened?
We must go north.
Why must we go north?
Person we seek is north.
You were just calling like a crow.
Did you not hear Did you not hear what the crow said?
No, it's a bird. Of course not. What?
This caw means north. If you didn't know that.
It's a tonal language. It's all about the inflection.
North.
Insight check her.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
The
also
insight
curious.
will be that I'm unhinged.
Somebody that can talk to animals and they haven't talked to Janice yet seems sus.
How do you know I haven't
Oh.
talked to Janice yet?
Whoa.
We could have a secret book club and you don't know anything about it.
I'll let you decide there, big boy. Persuasion, deception check. I mean, we know the truth, so you can just decide what those numbers that they rolled against you mean. They rolled an 11 and a 14. You can even use your passive persuasion modifier, really, if you want to like use a number to compare it to. That's always a good one.
Well, I've been working
Where would I see my
with
passive persuasion?
Annie
It's
for
just
a
10
week
plus your
now, and I
modifier.
trust her, so I'm going with what she says.
It's the number that's in
But
parentheses.
it's the parentheses number
skills.
too. Yeah.
You've worked with her
Yeah, I don't
and you've
have
heard
any.
her talk to birds?
Well, I'd sooner talk to some things, but I mean,
Okay, well,
still, why couldn't we trust her?
they would
I
probably
just
know
watched
that
her
like
talk at a bird. I don't know if
Oh,
she's
yeah.
talking to
she's
it.
trying to get it out there. So
We're
what do
too
they
busy
read?
arguing.
they could probably tell that I'm like a little bit unhinged. But like I did have a full conversation with a bird like in front of them, so they're like there might be something to this.
I feel like she
She
believes she can talk to birds.
I think that she can talk to birds. I mean, I'm pretty sure I could talk to an animal if I tried.
If I
yeah.
try hard enough, I think I could do it too.
I think Pabs pets Janice's
know.
mane, and he
Yeah,
goes,
exactly.
you know what? I think you can get some things across with an animal.
And
So
also, I mean, she's
believe
already
her.
unhinged. Why would she talk
I
to
mean,
a
I let it
cocaine
fly
king
away,
horse?
but
No,
if you
the
want me to call it
crazy
back
thing-
to say north?
Isn't speaking to animals. I can do that. It's just it needs magic, and you didn't do that.
But she's
Well, like,
already
I
a
don't
magical
know.
kind of
I mean,
person.
me
you
and
know?
birds get along.
Personality?
It's just a thing.
No.
Who gets along with birds? Birds are shits.
Everyone should get along with birds.
They give one-word responses. You know.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. It did just say north multiple times, but it did say north.
I heard a rumor once that birds aren't real. Any truth to that?
You just saw
You
it.
look up
Triorms
to
in
see
the
where the
sky.
birds are, and they're gone. They're nowhere to be seen.
Oh my god. Okay.
Let's
know what
They were
go.
here.
Them saying north over and over is more believable.
If
Let's
you
go
argue
north.
that birds are not real
go.
and that they are some sort of figment of our imagination or
I
something
think
controlled by a higher
crows are
power,
enough to go on
then
by. I
if a
really
bird
think that.
came and actually spoke to her, then that would mean that we are being guided by a higher power to go
No,
north.
I agree. We're definitely being led the right direction from a
North.
government of some kind.
That's that cocaine
weird.
speaking again.
We are going to north.
Do we know which way is north?
That way. The map north.
Fuck.
Oh,
Okay.
sick.
North,
okay.
north.
I
Ah,
don't think
Going
it is.
north.
We check for moss on a tree real
North
quick.
it is.
Checking moss on the tree, absolutely. Plus, one of you have the compass, a magic item too. One of you bought the orb of
Yeah,
direction.
I have the orb of direction,
so
so
you
we can
definitely
find
know
north.
which way north is.
Okay. We can't go beyond this.
Correct. That is the pathway forward. You must gather your party before venturing forth. Or decide not to, and then go forth with the DM's warning that I told you this, and if anything happens to you because you didn't listen to it, it's on you.
Oh, I feel like I'm playing
But
Pathfinder.
you're
Probably-
free.
Thank
You're
you.
free to do it.
Yeah.
Just with a
Listen to
warning.
crows. There's no reason not to believe birds.
So, this is what you see.
What if we
Jumping
just
forth, there is a rather comfy scene of you sprint into it, diving over the stove here. You see there is what you see before you, and this small little spider man, as it were. He looks like an old guy. And he tilts over. He's sitting on like a ruined couch with all these other like stuffed animals and like toys. He is currently carving, mid-process of carving away at this stone skull, which seems to bear a large resemblance to that skull on the far side of this river, as you can see it. And yes, he does have a few cinnamon rolls next to him, as he is also drinking out of a little vial that has like this greenish liquid that you would have seen back in the thing. It looks very similar. And he turns to see you there and does this. Hello.
Hello. A crow
Sorry, this
told me
is
to come here.
Real important, real quick. You said he had plushies of some kind. Are
Correct.
any of them mice?
Furry.
No. You got like this jester thing over. You can see him if you look close enough at the map.
Because I literally have a plush.
Ooh.
Okay. I also forgot I
Ew.
have this.
You do have a mouse
engages
plushie.
right now?
What's the question there, Casper?
Do we see the people in cages right now?
Correct. You see all of that. You
So this
see,
is a great view,
uh,
guys.
ju-
Except
so,
for
yeah. like he's like yeah, I'm taking it all in. It is something. I think art here it captures feeling.
Oh, what are you working on?
My repentance.
Whoa, that's heavy.
Wait, the plushies?
there
are
are
my friends.
people in cages across
There are.
the river.
Yeah, we're all taking in the scenery, and we all.
No, hold on. The people in the cages can wait. Hey, I have a plushie too. Can you fix it?
I
She'll pull out
am
a-
good at preparing my friends. I do medicine on them. Yes.
That's so cute.
Wait, they could just use mending if you wanted me to.
It's not the same.
No. Not as good as
See,
good
he gets it.
old-fashioned medicine.
You get it. If you can fix this for me, like make
Oh,
it
yeah.
good as new,
I can do this.
I will bury you in gold coins.
That is cool. I like gold.
Great. Okay,
Thank you
now
for
we can talk about the
supplies.
people in the cages if you all care.
Yeah, that's what's going on over there.
Yeah. What is with the people in the cages?
Oh, those are scorch bearers. They moved here recently.
Why are they in cages?
Yeah, is that
Oh,
where they moved? In the cage?
the ones in cage? They're not scorch bearers. They riders.
Wait, who are the scorch bears? Not the goblins?
Hmm.
Oh. Are they like a problem? I'm cool with goblins.
It is correct.
Oh, I can probably just talk to them, you know.
They burn.
I could probably just
and
talk to
eat
him.
See, we have two people that just oh yeah, you're one of them, huh?
Wait, you just said that they burn people and eat them.
Do
That's
they just
correct.
burn and do they just burn and eat anyone?
And people burn animals and eat them.
Yeah,
Who
you,
gives
They
a
eat
shit?
people
want me to
they,
ask him how it tastes?
at night times.
How deep is this water?
the deepest part, it probably goes about 20, 30 feet.
Oh, so I gotta swim it.
Yep.
Oh.
Is
Look,
there any
guys.
reason you call this?
They go to they raid, they grab people from camps, like they do bring down from giant rider camps. Yeah, yes, that is it. That is what they do. And eat them.
So, God, I think that
But
you
not too smart to
would
be caught.
agree that since we have to pay money to have people in our watchtowers, what if
are you too
instead
smart to
we
be caught
rescue
too?
these people and make them part of our community?
Do you really want people who got caught and put in cages as the people in your watchtowers?
If they'll do
Yes,
it for
because
free.
they'll be frightened of it happening again, and we'll
Okay.
be sure to make sure
Clearly,
that
they
they
can be
stay
caught
on watch.
unawares.
Okay. Here's an idea. What if we get the Scorchbearers to join us with their slaves?
That sounds way better.
Because they burn and eat people.
But they eat people. They could try to eat
Oh.
us.
Would
I
you
wanna
like
swim
cinnamon
across.
roll? Anyone? Cinnamon roll? I believe.
I'm swimming
Yes.
across.
Yeah, I would love a cinnamon.
You're not
Yes,
sure.
you
Yeah.
Love a cinnamon roll.
And you see, like, this thing is like placed on this old stove that looks like it was once attached to like a chimney, but has been removed, and attached, and put out here. And it's like it's lit right now. And as he opens the door, he like puts a little more churning on the coals, closes it. Cinnamon rolls heat up good on top.
Okay, no, seriously, guys. Do you just want me and Peps to go talk to them? I mean, these are the people, not hobgoblins and tabaxi.
May as
You
well
really want
try.
to work with people that might eat you?
Well, they won't eat me. They might eat you, human. But I could just,
Okay.
ask them not to.
I
gonna
guess
swim it.
diplomacy is. Oh,
I'm not even gonna. You have this conversation. I see people in cages. I'm going to rage and just start swimming across the water.
And there he goes. Never mind.
I'm going to follow
I'd
my
rather try
friend
to
so
save
that
the
he does
people
not
that
get
are about
himself
to
in
be
over his
eaten.
head.
I don't know what's happening over there, but I see people in cages.
Yeah, if
Absolutely.
you think I'm swimming, you're
Oh,
crazy.
Just
That doesn't jive.
this would be a strength or constitution-based athletics check for swimming across this gap here. The shallows, no problem, but the deep, the current, to make sure you don't go under, et cetera, et cetera. But it's not too tough. It's like
Or-
not super. Yeah.
Just barely.
Just barely made it across as you
Damn.
you start to swim, but you all see Babar, elegantly as an elephant man can, just dive into the water and just tread water perfectly as he.
Fuck yeah.
Fuck, dude, he is chopping.
And you said athletics, yes, since I'm following him.
Gonna be
Yeah.
here now,
I'm wondering
and I'm
if there's
taking my
something
maul out.
inside.
Well, when you get there, let's see what everyone else is doing. While you get like across the water. What's everyone else doing?
Can I like get advantage by asking fish to let me like use them to surf across?
No.
Come on now.
Yeah, he uses those fucking salmon skis.
Exactly. That's what I'm imagining.
That's the most JoJo thing I've heard in a minute.
Fuck
That's
yeah.
like, if you
yeah,
had a hero
yeah,
point,
yeah.
if you had a hero point, I'd probably allow a burning of a
That's
hero point for
exactly
that.
what a hero point would be.
That's exactly what a hero point
Fuck,
before.
dude.
That button, cause
Yes.
that's
I-
what happened.
I can't ask them to form a bridge. Like I can't like Aquaman this shit. Okay.
You have to swim at this point, or
I
only
feel
once
like you
you
can
get the
ask
deep
and the
water?
fish can reply.
Yeah.
No, how? That's what they're doing.
On your face. Dear
not
salmon in
mind
the
control.
river.
Just
Please
like a
let me
fish
walk on
comes
your
swimming,
face.
it swims up against the current to you, this like 5-pound fish, and then you just step on it,
Just
and then
step on it.
Ah,
break
baby,
its back on the
no.
rock.
Ah,
you
I'm
get
so
enough
sorry.
fish.
Okay, what was the
Kill
swimming
enough
check?
fish with
Sorry.
your foot,
It's
their
just an
bodies
athletics,
can
strength, or
float.
con-based athletics.
Okay, athletics, strength, or con.
Or con. Yeah, you can use strength or con for this.
Athletics. Let's see. Okay, strength. I have to do constitution because I fucking can't do anything else. Ability check or saving throw? Did you say?
Just an athletics check. So it's,
Yeah,
it's a check
like
that you
a-
can use con modifier instead.
Yeah, if you click your athletics, then there's an ability modifier drop down in that window, and you can change it to con.
Okay. Con.
Anyone else swimming across, you can also make the check.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh,
Motherfucker,
double that
what
20 to
the
know.
fuck?
Yeah,
Nice.
Dude,
pretty
we'll
pretty
try
reasonable
the
pace.
new-
You get across.
let me walk on the fish.
You do, and it still sinks, and like the fish are like
Just
coming
step
underneath
on
you, and they're
some fish.
trying to, but you're just kicking them with your feet out of the way as like you're pushing out, and you're like, it's working, as fish get kicked, stepped
Bro.
on, and just pushed out of the way that are trying to like swim and hold you up. It
At
works,
this
sort of.
point, let's side with the cannibals because I'm hurting a lot of animals.
Oh no, they scorch and eat people. I only step on the fish to have a bridge for myself
Please
because
touch
I'm
me
lazy.
as a cat. Like I'm helping you out.
Yeah. Perhaps
So
start across
sorry,
too.
you're that's just representative of where you got because we're still kind of we're not in initiative, but we're in initiative sort of. So like we're kind of seeing where everyone's
Okay.
at the start of all of this because the enemies are going to respond, or the people over there are going to respond to this, and we will go to initiative. But just before you cross the water, there's actually no threat. So seeing what everyone else is doing.
Mm-hmm.
I tried to cross the river.
Oh.
Lord, no.
You start to get a little deeper into the water, and it's a little sus. You start as you feel the current start to pull you away. You don't get sucked away or drown or anything, but you could go, and you could try to traverse. But if you go further in here, you're gonna go with disadvantage and at a much higher DC. And if you fail now, going further from this point, you might be swept away underwater.
Yeah, we'll stay over here.
I'm just gonna give you guidance from afar through fish.
You can do it. Just walk on the fish. It works easily.
Lord,
I
you
got-
have this.
I got ranged spells. I ain't going over there.
How
Just know that you do have guidance, though.
how would it work with Pabs? Can I help Janice roll?
Ooh, yes.
Yeah.
Is Janice just big enough where it's not
That
really as
river,
much of a
baby.
problem?
No, it still needs to happen.
I
But yeah,
tried.
yeah, you can help. You can use the help action on him.
All right. Well, he wants
No,
to get.
Sorry, you assume 19's enough. You drown. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh shit! My bad.
Immediately drown.
Ennis is
The
dead.
horse touches the water. It crumples like Red Dead 1, and then dissolves.
Oh my god.
But he's gonna be like, "Are we really
It's so hard.
trying to start a fight now? I mean, these guys might be bigger, and it could be bad things for our camp. Just something to think about."
You see, as you're saying this, all of the goblins are looking at you approach, and they're licking their lips, almost like they
Well,
expect you
in
to
Goblin-
approach. And they're like,
in Goblin,
and then
he's
a
like-
few of them are like blasting flamethrower blast off, and they're just like giving out like some
Jesus.
good vibes. It's good.
In Goblin, he's like, "Just one moment, please."
1 second. We'll be right with you.
But just getting the last people across, or where they're going to be at the start, because we're probably going to wrap up here. But just want to see where everyone is at the
Oh, right.
start, so we don't have to do it. We don't have to do it
Mm.
next time. So, where would you be going there, Song?
I guess Song kind of follow like to the shore, but she's not gonna step in the water at all. I think she like starts to and like dips her toe in it and says, "Nope, fuck that." And I think she's gonna use thaumaturgy again to like shout really loudly. And in Goblin, she can say, "Hey, we don't have to kill all of you. We're just looking for the crystal monster, and then we just fuck right off. No problem. You know where they are? We cool? Eat all the people you want. Fuck if I care."
We'll get into that next week. So hold that thought, essentially. But Casper, were you swimming across as well?
Yeah, I already made my check. It was
Gotcha.
before, yeah,
Sorry, I didn't see
it
it
was
there.
before Annie.
Absolutely. So yeah, you can make it across. What was your total roll?
18.
18. Just to kind of re-clarify here, Bavar got here because he was at 26. 24 gets you about here, so a 19, 18 would get you about a little bit about here. We'll
Even with
say.
horse
There we
speed, I don't know if that matters.
go. With horse speed, you're about there. Yeah.
Okay.
Cool. But that is where we will.
Because I'm not
Yeah,
gonna remember.
exactly. And then reminder: you roll persuasion and us
Is this the next,
initiative?
this next Sunday?
Yes.
Because if so, I'm not gonna be here.
Got you.
Just as a reminder. So if you want, I can make the roll now, and then in either case, Song isn't crossing this river. She's gonna go the long fucking way, so she's probably just not in this combat, Frank.
Okay, go ahead and roll
That's fine.
persuasion then, and see. Well, I'll use that roll to in the next time.
There you go. There's my last fuck. Here's my last contribution.
And results of that roll next time. Put it up there so I remember. Cool.
There you go. That's my last final
Pause.
ridiculous roll. And then you guys are on your own. I'm back here next week.
We'll jump back to the landing screen, pull out of the dramatic music for a moment, and have a second to decompress of the session there. Yes, we've walked ourselves into quite a dangerous predicament. It seems that these goblins, as like you were approaching, seemed to almost be hoping you would approach. It seemed like they were watching you and were like getting excited that you were approaching and seemed to be enticed by that. So, that being said, as we get into that next week, it's going to be quite fun. But we do something here that is it's good to get started now, just kind of get everyone used to it. We do a rotating recap kind of structure here